Hey guys, a warm welcome back to the Roborace Twitch channel. My name's Matt Roberts, all set for a great day of racing ahead today, alongside my co-host, as always, Rachel Stringer. How's it going today, Rach?
Yeah, hey Matt, I'm great, especially after what we saw yesterday. I did hear though, it's raining at Thruxton, typical British weather, but even that's not going to dampen our spirits, I'm sure.
Definitely not. And hey, I'm glad to see you got the memo about the denim.
Well, yeah.
We've had a little thick from our producers already, but I think we're looking on point. Okay, before we go any further, if you take a quick look into the corner of the screen, or it might be that way, you'll see a countdown clock. That's the time left before the first of our teams actually take to the track today, which is going to be Arrival Racing making their round 2 championship attempt.
Yeah, not long to go at all. And what a day of racing we have in store, especially based on what we saw yesterday in round 1.
Yeah, absolutely, Rach. Round 1 had a bit of everything. It was eventful, to say the least. We had fast lap times. We had cars sliding off onto the grass. We saw the metaverse running for the first time. And the Acronis SIT, one of the fancied teams for the championship, ended up actually crashing directly into the pit wall off the start of their run, which was one of those. I think it's going to be an iconic moment in the history of this championship, really, Rach, when we look back at that one.
I mean, they were going so fast, weren't they? I mean, for all of 2 seconds, I'm going to say. But that was
Yeah.
what made it so exciting, wasn't it? That every time a team went out onto track, we just had no idea what was going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the brilliant thing about motorsport, isn't it? As always, it's a great tradition. The other one, of course, is that somebody gets crowned winner at the end. And after round 1, it was Team Arrival who managed the fastest time of the day. And they took the win in round 1.
Yeah, they did indeed. And, you know, what was most impressive, I think, about that team is not only were they super fast on track, of course, but their AI driver was best at navigating all the obstacles that we put in place. It navigated the walls and it collected the bonus points. So it kind of had everything, the full package, I'm going to say.
Yeah, it kind of proved to be the best strategy in the end, although to be fair, there was only 2 teams who made the full 3-lap distance, so maybe a different strategy might have been better. We'll find out today. It was interesting yesterday because some of the teams decided it might be quicker to hit the penalty walls and maintain speed rather than to slow down to avoid them. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens today. I mean, Thruxton's a fast circuit, so you can see the logic in not wanting to scrub the speed off. Although for the other teams, as I said, it wasn't enough for them to really prove whether or not the strategy was right, because they didn't make it to the end. And to finish first you must finish. That's the golden rule in racing.
Yeah, but that, guess, was what a lot of the teams mentioned to you, Matt, wasn't it, in their pre-race kind of chats? That this is a development series, of course, it is season beta. So it's about playing the long game. And one of the teams who said that, I think, in the chat was Carnegie Mellon University, who were also quite recent to the Roborace series. And they were super impressive. And they actually ended up coming second yesterday. Obviously, only the second team to even finish the 3 laps, but they impressed me.
Yeah, not bad at all, was it, for the first time out on track? Really impressive, really. So Carnegie Mellon, impressive. Arrival Racing taking the spoils yesterday. They are just 2 of our 6 competing. So first up then, a London-based technology company specialising in zero emissions mobility. It's Arrival Racing. From the Schaffhausen Research Institute in northern Switzerland, sponsored by Acronis, it's SIT Autonomous. And from the Graz University of Technology in Austria, Autonomous Racing Graz, or ARG for short. And from the Italian university in the beautiful city of the same name, it's Team Pisa. From the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in the United States, we have MIT Driverless. And finally, our second US team, this time from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, it's Carnegie Mellon University. So those are our teams, and first to be taking the track today will be Arrival Racing.
Team Arrival Racing are arguably one of the most experienced teams in Roborace, having been part of the competition since the very beginning. They were a strong contender in the 2019 Season Alpha Championship, taking wins through the year and becoming one of the top teams. Arrival Racing proved they have the speed and reliability and have been working throughout the off-season in preparation for the 2020 season beta. Expect them to be fast from the first lap.
And I'm joined now by the team lead for Arrival Racing, Alexei Skabelkin. Good morning, Alexei. How are you guys feeling this morning after your success yesterday?
Good morning, Matt. Yes, we're feeling great. So, as I said, I'm really proud of our previous results. We've prepared some new setup for today to be a bit more quicker, but the weather conditions are pretty bad for now, as I know. And also, I'm a little bit in hurry because in 10 minutes we'll need to be on the track and we need to check everything.
Okay, well, we won't keep you for very long, Alexei, but just quickly, what did you make of the other performances yesterday, especially Carnegie Mellon, who took second place? You know, a new team. Were you impressed?
Yes, I'm really impressed, and I wish them good luck and want to see the best results for today and compare with ours. It would be really helpful for us to improve our software.
Okay, and just finally, Alexei, what's the plan today? As you said, the weather conditions are not great. We saw yesterday teams taking a risk and paying the price. Will you be conservative today with your run?
Yeah, we would like to stay on the safe side, but also not be too safe and too slow, because this would cause a failure in terms of results. So now we are thinking and discussing about new targets, the friction coefficient, and we'll see what will happen then.
Okay, it's a fine balance, isn't it? And you don't have long to decide, so we'll leave you to that decision. Thank you for joining us at this pressure moment. Good luck today, Alexei. Cheers.
Thank you, appreciate it. Cheers, bye.
Well, we're just moments away now from Arrival Racing taking to the circuit. We can see on our pictures that the safety driver is in the DevBot 2.0 in the scrutineering bay, ready to head out into the rain and onto the track. So now's a good opportunity to bring in our race commentator there, Andy McEwen. Andy, you all set for today?
Yeah, really excited, Matt. Yesterday has really whetted my appetite now to see what today's action is going to give us. I think hopefully the teams will be even better than they were yesterday. There's certainly some room for improvement for one or two of them, and I'm sure they've been all up long into the night trying to fix some of their problems. But the team that are heading out first, guys, is the team to beat, really, isn't it? Arrival Racing winners yesterday quite comfortably in the end. For them, their target will just to try and improve on what was near perfection yesterday. It was pretty much a flawless run. Can they do it again today? That's the question.
Yeah, we heard from Alexei, didn't we, Andy? I don't know if you heard what he said. The team lead, of course, for Arrival. He said today they're going with a new setup to try and go a little bit faster. I mean, they kind of went fast enough yesterday, didn't they? But that's obviously great that they're trying to push the boundaries every time they go out on track.
Yeah, well, with such a new series and so much new technology involved, you'd expect there to be quite a rapid sort of rate of improvement here, especially over the first few rounds this year. So, yeah, just because they won yesterday, they won't be resting easy. They'll constantly be wanting to improve. And you know what? I think Arrival will be a little concerned, actually, to see how close to their pace some of the new teams are. I mean, we saw some good pace out of Team Pisa. They didn't finish their run, but whilst they were out there, they looked quick. And we've already spoken this morning about Carnegie Mellon University and how in their first ever attempt, they were pretty much bang on the pace of Arrival Racing. They maybe just need to get their head around the metaverse a little bit more. So Arrival won't be able to relax here at all. They're going to have to keep pushing.
Yeah, well, as you can see, the safety driver there in the cockpit. The current DevBot 2.0 has a cockpit for the safety driver, but of course, he will be stepping out. If you're new to this, he will be stepping out before Arrival Racing take their run. These cars are not remote control. This is artificial intelligence that the teams remotely have inputted into the car. They've put their software into the hardware that's on the car in order to do this 3-lap run. And Andy, what's going to be interesting, I think, now, with the wet conditions that are out there on track, I mean, it was damp and cold yesterday. The AI has to adapt to that. It has to sense what the grip levels are, because the tyres that they use, the Michelin Pilot Sport tyres, are actually the same tyres in the wet that they would have used in the dry yesterday. And obviously the grip levels are going to be completely different.
Yeah, precisely. And you can see now the clock is ticking down there in the bottom of your screen. So the 30 minutes has begun. The car will be heading out shortly. You're absolutely right, Matt. I mean, there's a driver that I work with quite extensively on the British GT Championship, Joe Osborne, and he has a brilliant quote that really sort of puts you in the driving seat. He says a professional racing driver is making 1,000 decisions a second. And in the wet, that doubles or triples because you just don't know what is coming up in the next 50 metres, let alone further around the corner. And of course, there is no real driver making these decisions in Roborace. It's all down to how quickly the AI can react to the conditions. Is there a bit more standing water on turn 2 than there was at turn 1? You know, is there a line that's going to be a little bit less wet? Is it worth going onto the wetter line to try and get some of these metaverse collectibles and knock some time off your lap? So many decisions that have to be made, and it's all being done by AI. And that, honestly, I still haven't quite wrapped my head around, but I know it impresses me a lot.
But I guess if any team, you know, is up to it, it's this team. They've been involved now, haven't they, in Roborace since 2015. So they know what to expect. Obviously, this is only the second season, I'm going to say season beta, but I'm sure the weather isn't going to, hopefully I'm going to say, affect them too much today.
Yeah, I mean, this was the team that was responsible, you may remember, a couple of years ago for making history at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. They sent a completely autonomous car up the Goodwood Hill, the first people ever to do so. And that was Arrival Racing that were kind of responsible for that. They won a couple of events in Season Alpha. They won the first ever autonomous race, actually, at Monte Blanco in Season Alpha. So, yeah, they've been setting the pace from the start because they have a bit more experience over the rest of the teams. And that is critical at this very early stage of development with Roborace. But as I said at the start, they're not going to be able to rest on their laurels. They're going to have to keep pushing because the other teams are not that far behind them.
Yeah, the safety driver's not resting on his laurels this morning, is he? He's putting a hot lap in there in the car, getting some heat into those tyres as much as he can in those damp and obviously cool conditions here in the UK in late October as well. But it's interesting, Andy, as well, you know, we talk about the AI having to adapt to these conditions. And of course, the only way it can do that is by gathering the information. It's like a human, you know, it's like a child. Obviously, the more experience it gets of these things, the more data it's able to gather, the smarter decisions it's able to make in future. So that's what this championship is all about, really. That's the essence of it. So whatever the conditions are, in a way, it's probably even better. You know, the more varied the conditions are, it's in terms of the long-term development of this technology, it's certainly not a bad thing. But we're certainly about to learn a lot now about Arrival Racing and how they can make the DevBot 2.0 adapt to these wet conditions at Thruxton. Andy, it looks like we're almost good to go.
Yeah, tension then starting to build as the safety driver lines up on the start line. That was a very British outlook on the weather there, Matt. Typical way to put some positive spin. Of course, it's a good thing that it's raining, really, because it means that the AI and the teams get to learn about wet conditions. Well, they certainly came to the right place if they wanted to get some wet weather racing, because late October in England, it is always likely to be a bit damp. I don't actually think it's raining, at least not heavily, anymore. It clearly has been raining earlier on this morning, but hopefully the track conditions might improve as we go through the day. If that is the case, then the later teams, the teams that are running later on in the afternoon, might have a small advantage. If the track starts getting dry, they might be able to run a little bit more quickly. So Arrival Racing then have indeed arrived on the start line, and once the AI driver is loaded in and ready to go, then the safety driver will climb out. Now, just to remind you, yesterday they set a clear time, which is their sort of net time before you start applying penalties and bonuses. Their net time was 7 minutes and 27 seconds. They were lapping on average around the 2.5 minutes per lap mark. They collected 29 collectibles, and remember, they are worth 4 seconds off your lap time for each collectible that you get, and that really is what gave them such a huge advantage, because they only hit 4 of the big red obstacle walls that you'll see in a moment or two when the car does leave the line for its first lap. Once all of the bonuses were calculated, the time went down to 5 minutes and 43, which was very, very rapid indeed. It was about 2.5 minutes nearly quicker than Carnegie Mellon University, the only other team to complete their run. So I've got the stopwatch ready here. We'll be watching with interest to see what sort of lap times they're putting in, and indeed whether they're able to make even better use of the metaverse. There were a few occasions where I think the car just clipped some of those red penalty walls, but sometimes actually you can lose more time by slowing down and weaving around them than you would just through driving straight through them. Right, then driver getting out. And we can see that from both the external and the onboard view. And the wheel does get reattached because the wheel still moves, the steering wheel, that is. It's quite a strange sight. Hopefully we get to see some of that whilst we're heading around the lap, because even though I'm not actually in the car, it still makes me feel a little uncomfortable seeing a car control itself. But that is very much the point of Roborace, the world's first ever autonomous racing series. And this is the kind of technology that you may well be seeing in your road cars in the very near future. The rate of development in Roborace is already really mind-blowing, and the idea is that this technology can be applied not only to motorsport, but also to the real world too. There's a little bit of rain still coming down on the windscreen there, isn't there, of the team Arrival car, so conditions not likely to improve anytime soon. Arrival Racing, a London-based technology company founded about 5 years ago, and they have been very much focused on the production of kind of lightweight commercial vehicles, zero-emission buses and things like that, and they're developing what they call Generation 2.0, which is their idea of having commercial vehicles, electric vehicles that is, that cost exactly the same as a petrol or diesel counterpart. So Arrival really pushing, really striving forward into the future of not only autonomous driving, but also eco-friendly electric cars as well. DevBot 2.0, of course, is a fully electric car, but very much designed for the track, not the road. This Ginetta prototype chassis with a few aerodynamic tweaks made. Obviously, the engine taken out, electric motors added in, and the very, very clever AI GPS-based navigation system that allows the cars to negotiate any circuit, in theory, that the teams program into it at speed. So the driver has been out of the car for a little while. I do seem to remember that yesterday... here we go. The car is moving and is about to break the timing beam there. So the lap now starts. The first lap of the day for Arrival Racing, winners of round 1.1 yesterday. And they look on the wide line through the first corner, because I think it's a little bit wetter on the inside. Arrival Racing's AI really does seem capable of making these calculations extremely well. Up towards the complex now, and onto the brakes for the first time. Now, there's no sign here of any metaverse elements to avoid or collect, so they can take the normal racing line through the complex. And then as they break out the other side, the speed starts to build up then on board. There you can see that. What a strange feeling that is. The wheel turning to the right, and no driver holding on to it at all. But if there were to be someone sat in there, they'd be holding on as if their life depended on it, I think, because the speed now really starts to gather as they head towards Noble. Very quick left-hander, one of the trickiest corners on the track, actually. Very bumpy indeed. And in the wet, you've really got to pick your line properly to try and avoid skating off the road. Through Goodwood now, out to the far reaches of this high-speed Thruxton circuit, a 1940s RAF base. This is the perimeter road to the still functioning airfield, actually, a private airfield, and quite a popular one as well, actually. But because it is based on a perimeter road, it's got this really natural feel to it with long corners and quite an old bumpy surface. It is fast, even in the wet, and Arrival Racing are really motoring along here. That car going up Woodham Hill a lot quicker than we saw it yesterday, I think, and with no metaverse obstacles to negotiate on this first lap at least. The lap time is likely to be the fastest that we've seen so far, and therefore will, I think, officially be the fastest ever autonomous lap around Thruxton. Admittedly, a relatively short history of such things, but out of the chicaning... Oh, no, problems for Arrival Racing. The car has stopped as it was going so well out of the chicane. It suddenly did not want to carry on with the lap, and just shy of its first lap of 3 that it must complete for this to be a valid run, Arrival Racing have come to a standstill. Now, if they can diagnose the problem quickly enough and fix the problem, more to the point, they can line up and have another go at this. They have a maximum of 2 attempts. If for whatever reason your first attempt is voided, be that because you go off the track or you stop, then you can restart. And this run obviously has been aborted, and we're hearing already they fully intend to go for another attempt. Now, that tells me that they hopefully know what the problem is. But of course, first of all, they've got to get the car to the start-finish line. Well, this is real drama. There you can see they've still got plenty of time. The 30 minutes, as long as they get their 3 laps in succession, critically. It's not just 3 laps individually. You have to do them all without stopping. That's the point. As long as they get those 3 laps in before now 19 minutes and just over 20 seconds elapse, then that is absolutely fine. But this is not really what the script was telling us would happen, because Arrival was so dominant yesterday, definitely the pre-event favourites, and everything really ran fairly flawlessly yesterday, and no metaverse to deal with on this run, so you'd have thought it would have been pretty plain sailing. It certainly looked like it was going to be. The car was really motoring along, and something clearly has gone wrong. Now, we had a few what they call localization problems yesterday, not for Arrival, but for some of the other teams, where essentially the car's position on the track and where the car thought it was on the track weren't quite tallying up. And when that happens, the car tends to shut down because obviously it doesn't really know where it is. And just as a safety precaution, it tends to just stop. And we saw that happen for a couple of teams yesterday. Autonomous Racing Graz, I seem to recall, had a localization problem. I think that was the issue for Team Pisa too. So this, I'm just speculating here, but it could be a similar problem for Arrival. Goes to show, though, that even the team that we thought had their head most wrapped around this technology can still make mistakes. They can still have issues. And this might now open the door for some other teams to come through and score big today. Well, the safety driver then will get the car back to the start-finish line, and hopefully, before too much longer, the second attempt will begin for Arrival Racing. So, Arrival Racing have arrived back in the garage, courtesy of the safety driver, who's been out to collect the car, bring it back. And we're hearing that the issue was actually not something from Arrival Racing's end. It was a problem at the circuit. So they have requested, and Roborace have agreed, that the clock has been paused, basically, so they can have another go at getting their run in, and they are not in any real danger of running out of time. You can see at the bottom of your screen, just over 18 minutes still to go. The clock is not ticking down anymore, but it will begin to do so again once the car is back out on the circuit. So the clock is paused for Arrival Racing, and imminently we think they're going to head back out for a second go at their run here this morning. Yeah, thanks. I did wonder about that. Okay, as far as the so obviously they're lining up like 4 or 5 rows back from the start line. Does the lap time start when the car moves, or does it start when it crosses the line? Do you know what I mean? As in, you want me to start whenever I like, or? Well, Arrival Racing back at the start-finish line. Let's try this again, shall we? We're hearing now more and more details about what the problem was. It was to do with the metaverse. So I commented a few times on that first lap that there were no metaverse obstacles appearing. That was not in the plan. There were supposed to be some things there for the car to negotiate, and there was a problem and they didn't appear. But we believe that's been fixed now. So this is a redo for Team Arrival Racing. And yesterday's race winners will be hoping that there are no more hiccups, because that was looking like another pretty flawless run from them. The clock yet to start ticking back down, but I think that will start happening shortly. Barring any problems, though, they should have ample time to get their 3 laps in over the 30-minute window. Arrival, and there you can see actually the clock is now ticking, so coming down towards 18 minutes left. That clock doesn't necessarily start when the car gets out on circuit at the start of the run. Quite often the car will still be in the garage when the clock starts, but as long as they get out and complete their 3 runs, they can do so at any point in that 30-minute window they want. So we will see exactly what happens next. It's one of the fascinations of Roborace. You never quite know what the next few minutes hold when a car heads out onto the circuit. We had a bit of everything yesterday. We had some really good runs. We had some pretty calamitous ones with Team Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous turning straight into the pit wall at the start of their run. No such problems for Arrival Racing, though. The car launches off the line nicely, and their run begins once again. So everything is reset. The time is reset as far as their run time is concerned anyway, and they are back on their first of 3 laps now. So the hope is that this time when they arrive at the complex, there will be some metaverse items, and they're in a different location than they were yesterday, though. The collectibles are the blue and yellow orbs. They are worth 4 seconds off your time for each one you collect, and 4 were collected there by Arrival Racing, 5 in fact as they go through the complex. A couple more there in the distance. This is a perfect run so far. No obstacles hit either. They add 2 seconds onto your time. So you gain more from the collectibles than you lose through hitting the obstacles. You can therefore get away with collecting a few of those red balls, but obviously the more you avoid, the faster your overall time will be. Yesterday, Arrival Racing hit 29 collectibles. They're already up to 8, and we're only halfway around the first lap, so they're looking even stronger this morning than they did about 24 hours ago. Up through Goodwood then, the long right-hander. Now, we did have some collectibles and obstacles up there yesterday, but no such have changed now. Look, they're in a different location just to confuse the AI driver, which really is the aim here. We want to try and test the team's AI, and instead of going for the collectibles there, deciding just to try and avoid hitting the walls. But they are collecting a couple more here. Look, the speed really slows though. That's how much you have to slow down in order to be able to get to the right part of the track to hit those bonuses. And so sometimes it's not actually in your best interest to go for it. Sometimes it's quicker just to blast straight through. That was the approach that we saw from Carnegie Mellon yesterday. Obviously, it didn't give them a winning time, but their clear time was very competitive indeed. Right, final set of obstacles and collectibles up at the top of the hill. We're at 11 collectibles now. And the car just weaving around there, trying to hit a couple more. They're disappearing as they come up the hill, so they are grabbing them on the way to the chicane. So far, not a single penalty has been scored by Arrival Racing, but this is really slowing down their overall lap time. Up to the chicane now, through the final section. Absolutely squeaky clean. 21 collectibles, no obstacles hit on this first lap. The actual lap time is going to be a little slower than they were doing yesterday, but that's because they've gone to the extra care of making sure that they hit all of the bonuses. The first lap then is a 2 minutes 40. Not bad at all, but yesterday they did have, I think, one sub 2 minute 20 lap, but 2 minutes 40 is competitive. And of course, we're knocking 21 times 4. I never could count, but whatever that comes to, 4 seconds for each collectible they hit will be knocked off that. So you can save sometimes almost a full lap time over the course of a run if you really take the effort to go for those bonuses, which they're doing again now. Up to the chicane. Spot on. We'll just miss that last one, I think, maybe, but they're up to 25 now and still no penalties. as we ride on board with Arrival Racing through Campbell Cobb and Seagrave, the right, left, right complex of corners, which on a nice sunny day in normal times, we would see a lot of spectators gathered at. It's a great place to go and watch racing, is Thruxton. And it is an even better place, so I'm told, to experience if you're actually inside the car, which we can do virtually, at least there, by riding on board in the Deadbot 2.0, as it heads now towards possibly another load of bonus time that they could gain here. On the next shot, we should see, yep, there we go. So they've got some more possible time saving they can do here, which indeed they are. This has been faultless so far. I hope I'm not jinxing them, but this has been pretty much perfect for Arrival Racing, the British team who helped Roborace actually develop the very first autonomous driving vehicle. And within 12 months, they went from having absolutely nothing to completing 12 fully autonomous laps at the Formula E event in Marrakesh. This was way back in 2016, right back at the birth of Roborace. Arrival have literally been there since the very beginning, and you can tell because this is clearly a very sophisticated, very well-developed AI driver. The algorithms are working absolutely perfectly. And as they come now towards the end of their second lap, this lap is looking like being pretty much on the pace of the first one, right on board. And you can really see here the difference between what we see in the metaverse and what you can see from within the car. It looks a little bit odd sometimes from within the car, seeing the car weaving around like this, but it is operating within the metaverse, not the real world. And as such, it's making absolutely sure that it gets all of these bonus collectibles that it can get. We're up to 38 now as the second lap is completed. And the second lap is about 6 seconds quicker than the first. 2 minute 34 for lap number 2. And they collected even more bonuses on that lap. So despite, in theory, having to slow down more, they actually were able to keep the average speed up and come through with a very, very good time. So now on to the third and final lap. Do they stick with the same approach, or are they going to go maybe for an even faster individual lap? Well, they're ignoring one of the collectibles there because it was hidden behind the penalty wall, the obstacle, which is sensible, I think, because you can gain 4 seconds back from getting the collectible, but then you lose half of that again if you run through that red wall. We're going to get well above 50. I mean, they've already obliterated the number of collectibles they got yesterday. It was 29 in yesterday's run. They're at 47 now, and there are still another 2 metaverse areas for them to go through. One going out towards Church Corner, one of the fastest corners in British motor racing, and then another one on the run to the club chicane. So we're going to get over 50, and so far, not a single second is being added on through penalties. So Arrival Racing, although their net time is going to be competitive enough as it is, they're going to be taking minutes, I think, off their total time in the end. So out towards the... that is the first obstacle that they've hit. Look at that. So now, was that a problem, or was that just a different tactic where did they decide that it wasn't worth slowing down to avoid that one, and instead they just wanted to keep the average speed up? Well, that means it's not quite a perfect run for Arrival Racing, but if the algorithms decide that you'd have to slow down so much to avoid hitting the obstacle that you'll lose more than 4 seconds, or more than 2 seconds anyway, then it will occasionally just decide to go straight through it. And we also didn't quite get all of the collectibles there, so we're still only at 48, 49 now as it heads to the chicane. There we go, we're at 50 now. And Arrival Racing are going to set an even stronger benchmark, I think, than they did yesterday. This final lap hasn't been as quick as the other two either, which is slightly odd, considering this is the one lap where they actually have taken a penalty. Up through the final few obstacles they go, into a real-world obstacle, which is the very tight and tricky final chicane, and the final time then is about to come in. Yesterday's clear time was a 7:27. They're slower than that today, but they've got an awful lot more bonuses. Across the line they go. It is around about a 7:54 for Arrival Racing. Their final lap time was pretty much level with their first, actually, another 2 minutes 40. So that was pretty consistent. The car's stopped now on its cooldown lap. This is not supposed to happen. The car is supposed to come back into the end of the lap under its own steam. So, but the run has been completed, is my understanding. I don't know what happens if it stops on the in lap, but the idea is, I think, that the run has been completed, and it's another very competitive start to the day for Arrival Racing. So as long as they finish the laps, this doesn't have an effect. It doesn't get voided now.
Well, Rich, how cool was that to see the DevBot out there? 3 complete laps and a really interesting tactic as well from Arrival Racing. Not the fastest possible speed they could have done, but really carefully missing the obstacles and picking up quite a lot of the collectibles in the end.
Well, a near perfect run, wasn't it, really? But I was super impressed as well. The fact that they, had that kind of mistake at the beginning, not from them, we found out later, it was actually a Roborace mistake, which meant they had to go back into the garage and reset. So for them to keep their composure and go back out with only about 18 minutes, I think it was, left on the clock, and then come out with such a near perfect run, as I mentioned, was just great for them. And I'm sure they'll be really impressed with that run today.
Yeah, well, no leaderboard as such just yet, but here's confirmation of that run then for Arrival Racing. Just the one obstacle, so just a 2-second penalty. 55 collectibles, though, gives them total rewards of 3 minutes and 40 seconds. So for an elapsed time of 8 minutes and 6.15 seconds, they end up with a total time of 4 minutes 28.15. That is the benchmark for the other 5 teams.
Time for a quick break now, but do come back and join us for more racing after this.
I am ice. I move slowly. I keep the world cool, but humans keep warming this planet. I send pieces of me thundering into the ocean. You do nothing. Perhaps I'm not so slow after all.
Roborace Season Beta is a time challenge event. Each team downloads their AI racing driver into a DevBot 2.0 and from a standing start must complete 3 laps in the fastest time possible. The car will initially hold within a staging area 2 meters behind the start line. There will be a 10-second countdown to lights out and go. Once it launches over the start line for the very first time, the lap timer will start. Because the challenge is to complete all 3 laps in the quickest total time, there is no benefit to setting one ultra-fast lap. The teams must program their AI to run at maximum attack every single lap to stand a chance of winning the competition. You'd think that would be enough of a challenge for 2020, but for Season Beta, the teams will face an even greater test. Virtual objects will be placed on track, some that need collecting, some that need avoiding. Where these objects are placed and what type are totally unknown to the participating teams and their racing devbots, and are set by race control. The following bonuses and penalties will apply. The teams get -4 seconds to the current lap time for any bonus objects struck by the car. 2 seconds are added to the lap time for any penalty objects that are hit. And don't forget, a DevBot's run will be voided if it moves outside the course limits at any time. The team that sets the fastest total time for the 3 laps will win the round.
Well, our next team unfortunately crashed in round 1, but they've been working really hard overnight to try and change their fortunes for today. This is Acronis SIT Autonomous.
From the Research Center at the Schaffhausen Institute of Technology comes Acronis SIT Autonomous. Acronis are the leading provider of AI-powered cyber protection to global sports teams and are supporting the Swiss-based Research Center in their entrance to Roborace Season Beta. This powerful matchup are working hard to achieve maximum pace, so even though this is their first time in Roborace, they could easily surprise everyone with their speed.
Ilya Shimchik is with us. Ilya, thank you so much for joining us. I guess it's been a hectic, 24 hours really for the whole team. Lots of work to do.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Yeah, you're right. It was like pretty tough 24 hours for our team. We're trying to investigate the reason for such crash, and actually we found the reasons. It's quite interesting how that's happened.
Can you elaborate any more? Are you able to tell us how and why the crash happened?
Yeah. I mean, actually, it's a set of coincidences and set of conditions. In case if each of these conditions happened like separately, everything would be fine. But now it's happened like all set of conditions come together at the same time, and that's why we have this behavior. And I believe in case if we have like on-site event, not remote event, we will notice this and everything will be fine. But we have remote event as well, and we cannot check this remotely.
Yeah, well, I do a lot of work with motorcycle racers, Ilya, and they always say if you know why you crashed, it's much easier to deal with psychologically than if you don't know why you crashed. So I guess you guys must be confident about today.
Yeah, we're confident about like yesterday issue. It's resolved, but yeah, we'll see.
Okay, Ilya, thank you so much. I know you've been working hard. You've still got a little bit of work to do as well before your run, so we'll do it and wish you much better luck today.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, well, it looks like we're ready, doesn't it, for our second team to head out onto the Thruxton race circuit today. And there's Acronis SIT Autonomous. Obviously, they were the team, weren't they, guys, yesterday, that had that awful crash straight into the pit wall, cost £70,000, we're saying. And you might notice here, they're in a different car because they are now allowed to go into this Roborace car and obviously try out because there was some damage yesterday, which the other teams might be kind of a little bit worried about in case the same thing happens. But let's cross our fingers, guys, Andy, Matt, and hope that doesn't happen. We just spoke to Ilya and he obviously, is a little bit more confident ahead of today. And obviously they're going to put this safety driver in for a bit of a test run just to make sure everything is working well. Matt, that sounds like the right thing to do, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you can understand why they're doing it. I think Ilya would probably be quite confident that it's not a necessary precaution, but I think it's a fair one, as you said. It does seem that, he was a little bit coy about his answer, wasn't he? Again, understandable, but basically pointing out that it was a series of coincidences that all happened at the same time and led to that outcome, but it wasn't a pretty outcome. And it wasn't a cheap one either. 70 grand's worth of damage to the front of the Acronis car. And luckily for them, there is the option of using the Roborace car that everybody else is using at Thruxton. So they will just get to put their software into this. And I think all things being equal, Andy, we will see the safety driver on board the vehicle for the first lap. And if everything is good to go, then he'll jump out and we'll see a flying run from Acronis, which we didn't get to see yesterday.
Yeah, that's the plan, at least. I tell you what, this safety driver is earning his money today, isn't he? Because not only is he busy driving the cars out to the line for each and every one of the teams, but now he's actually got to sit in the car whilst it's in autonomous mode, which is something that we haven't seen so far this week. And also, the team for whom he's sitting in are the team who yesterday didn't even get more than about 5 meters off the line before they had an accident. So I'd imagine his heart rate is a little bit higher now than it has been at any other point this week. But this is what he's here to do. He is the safety driver. He's there just as a backup. And as we can see, the time is now starting to tick down, Matt. So not much longer before he gets the ride of his life, I'd imagine.
Well, the speed is going to be capped at 50 miles an hour while he's in it, Andy. But like you said, I'm not sure how much of a consolation that's going to be or a comfort to him right now. Yeah,
exactly. I tell you what, you would not get me in there. I do not. You know how low my faith is in computers, and although I am learning a lot about this Roborace technology, that is a brave man sat in that driver's seat. But SIT, they're confident they've got these problems fixed. So. Hopefully all will go well and they will essentially make use of these 2 runs that they're allowed. They're allowed 2 attempts at getting their 3 laps in, so they're fully anticipating the first one they will abort. However, rather than aborting it if things go wrong, they will actually abort it if everything's looking okay, and then they will line up on the line and do a fully autonomous and driverless, crucially, run around the track. So off he goes. The car is at the moment in the hands of the safety driver. He will control the car as it negotiates the paddock out through the pit lane and out around its sighting lap around the circuit. And then he will sit there and wait whilst they stick it into autonomous mode. And as you said, Matt, 50 km/h speed limit on this first run, which I think has been self-imposed by the team just to make absolutely sure that they've got everything sorted. So out onto the track he goes then. And hopefully we'll get SIT to complete a lap. I think I'm right in saying, Matt, they were the only team that didn't actually finish a lap yesterday. So they, more than any other team, they need to get this run in just to gather some data.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to actually seeing a kind of an onboard here like we're seeing now, where the driver will place his hands during the autonomous drive. Would you cross your arms? Because I guess the urge to put your hands on that steering wheel is probably quite high.
Yeah, I'm bad enough. If I'm being driven along in the passenger seat by someone, I'm there, I'm braking for them, I'm hanging on to things. I would be a terrible passenger in this car. But yeah, I'm sure I'd imagine he's been taken around in the car before in autonomous mode. I don't know. Maybe this is his first time. But yeah, the temptation is there. If you think the car's not turning into the corner right, the temptation is there to grab on. And of course, that is the idea. If he realises the car's going off the road, he's supposed to catch it. But how soon do you step in? You don't want to interfere with their testing that they're doing here. Yeah, I'm sure it's a bizarre sensation, I'd imagine, to be sat there and not only have the car driving itself, but as I said earlier, you can see the wheel doing what a steering wheel does, and you're not allowed to touch it. It must be so strange.
Yeah, let's not forget the capabilities of this car as well in terms of the speeds and the acceleration. It goes 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in approximately 3 seconds. So being a passenger on board a car that's driving itself at that kind of pace is going to be quite nerve-wracking. It's pulling 1 to 1.2 G in the quicker corners, in the faster corners. So, you're going to know about it. And like you said, Andy, I'm a bit like you. When I'm a passenger in a car, I'm pressing the pedals and reaching for the brakes. And he's going to have to really tie himself tight in there, I think, to stop from doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. But what an experience, though. I mean, this is such groundbreaking technology. It's the kind of thing that the vast majority of us have never experienced before and possibly won't get to experience for some time yet. Autonomous driving is coming, of that there is no doubt, but it's certainly not widely available to the general public. So what a lucky individual he is to have the opportunity to be driven around a circuit in an autonomous car. That's the way he's going to be looking at it, I'm sure. But the car then is on the line, and they've got to get on with this now because they are planning on doing 2 runs. I don't think the first run will be a full 3-lap run. They'll not much do a lap just to check the base systems are working. But either way, by the time they've done that, they're probably only going to have 20 minutes then to get their second run in, and they've used their banker run as well. They've used their backup run. If anything were to go wrong on the second attempt, then that would be very much the end of their second round of season beta. So I'd love to be able to tell you what the driver's doing in there, but apart from fiddling with the steering wheel and tapping a few buttons, I'd imagine he's sitting and waiting for SIT to load in their AI driver. And looks as though he was sitting back there ready to go. So Team Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous, their test run to try and hopefully discover whether they fixed the bugs that were causing the problems yesterday. And as Matt was saying, it sounds from what Ilya Shimchik told him in that interview just now, it does sound as though it was more than one problem. It's lots of little problems that have amalgamated to become one fairly substantial pit wall sized problem as the car veered right into that concrete wall. It is just a solid concrete wall as well. There is no real protection there. So they were quite lucky that the car wasn't more badly damaged than it was. Badly enough damaged that it's not being run today. Right, off they go then. So this is not a timed lap for Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous. This is just to make sure that the car is working and the AI driver is working as it should be. And so far, so good. They've already got further than they did yesterday. They haven't hit anything yet, and the car is going around the track. So this is definitely a positive step in the right direction. And yeah, driver is, well, he's kind of hovering over a button there on the dash, but it looks like he's got his hands just poised just behind the wheel, just in case he needs to grab onto it. Now, we've got the Metaverse collectibles up on the run to the complex, and I wonder if SIT, in all of their busy work that they've done just to get the car and get the algorithms working, whether they've been able to program in the Metaverse 2. Well, it's collecting some collectibles now, but that's because they're just sort of on the racing line, so I don't think that was necessarily intentional. And as we know, this run is not going to be the one that counts anyway, so nice and slowly through the complex. Driver may be starting to relax a bit now as everything seems to be pretty much A-OK. Ilya and his team working hard all night to make sure that everything is doing what it's supposed to. Everything's talking to each other. Nothing's developed another bug overnight. And the team based in Schaffhausen in Switzerland, not far from Zurich, are watching with bated breath themselves as well. I'm sure monitoring all of the information they're getting back in at base. And very clever team of people at Team Acronis SIT, not experienced with Roborace at all, but they were hoping to put in a bit of a surprise performance this week and really show everyone that just because they're new, they're not going to be off the pace. Well, we never really got to see what their pace was yesterday, but they hopefully in a few minutes, will be able to show us exactly what they can do. Acronis will be a familiar name to you if you are motorsport viewers regularly. Acronis, of course, sponsoring a couple of Formula One teams at the moment, the Rocket Williams F1 team and Racing Point as well. Acronis, sponsoring both of those two teams. And Acronis International is a technology company which actually has its headquarters in Schaffhausen, so not far from SIT, hence the team up between the two of them. Has an international headquarters in Singapore, though. It is a proper global company. They develop, and I am reading this because I haven't got a clue what it means, on-premises and cloud software for backup, disaster recovery, and secure file sync and share data access. And I'm sure many of you at home who are a lot cleverer than me know exactly what that means, but Acronis, they've certainly been a successful company, and they are starting to appear in more and more places, and great to have them on board here, partnering up with SIT Racing Autonomous for season beta of Roborace. So this is, as we said, a slow lap. They were never intending for this test lap to be setting any lap records, but so far they haven't gone off the road. They've, it would appear, been attempting to get some of the metaverse collectibles as well. So it looks as though they've got a fully functioning AI driver, which at the end of this lap should be let loose all on its own. So they're going to have used just over 10 minutes probably of the time by the time they get back to the line. Barring any problems, that is plenty of time left for them to get their 3-lap run in. A reminder, the time that they've got to try and beat is the only time that we've had so far today, Arrival Racing. All of the times that were set yesterday now get refreshed. It's a completely new round today at Thruxton, round 2 of the championship, a double header to start off season beta. And that time for Arrival Racing was mighty impressive, wasn't it? A 4:28.15, which was about a minute and a quarter quicker than they went yesterday. Now, SIT, I don't think they're going on to another lap, are they? They should be slowing down and lining up. Yes, the drivers got control of the car once again, and will park it up. So, hopefully they're all happy. I think they will be. That was exactly a 10 minutes or 10 minutes into their run now that they've finished their test lap. They will abort now their run, essentially, and start again, but this time without the safety driver in the car. If he is happy and the team are happy that we're not going to have another issue like we did yesterday, then they will be able to set off imminently. And certainly the signs are all good, aren't they? That was a solid test run at limited speed. They will now kick off the limiter and they will unleash their AI driver on the super high-speed Thruxton circuit. Steering wheel comes off then, so the driver is now making his final preparations to get out of the car. And SIT would normally have had their own unique livery with Acronis sponsorship on it, but that is the car that they stuffed into the wall yesterday, so they're having to use the same car as everybody else. We've got a new backup here this week as well, or today. It turned up overnight, I believe, just in case anything goes wrong. But we are all set then, and possibly the most highly anticipated run of the day, actually, for Team Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous. What can they do? We have at least a little clue what the other teams are capable of. They all, like I said, completed at least one lap eventually, although only 2 teams were able to complete all 3 in round 1.1. But SIT never made the first corner, so now we're going to see if they're going to be contenders for a victory or at least a podium, perhaps. I think if we can get everyone through their 3 laps today, we could have a pretty tight battle for podium places. A few teams that reckon they're more or less on the same pace with each other. Where will SIT fit in? Getting ready then. The time starts as soon as the car leaves or is given the command to leave its pit box there, or grid box, excuse me. And then it finishes after the 3rd lap when they cross the timing line at the Thruxton circuit. And I'm genuinely feeling the nerves here for SIT. I know they've just done that test lap, but that was only a test at half speed. There is the cockpit of the DevBot 2.0. No sign of life yet. And is this now a longer delay than they were planning on? The driver has long since cleared the circuit, so the track is theirs as soon as they're ready to go. does seem like a longer wait than we're used to. I have to say, I can't remember how long they were sat here before they left the line yesterday. What happened after they left the line has kind of taken over most of my memories. 3-second warning then has now been given. They are off. So SIT Racing Autonomous are off, and they are cleanly off as well into the first corner. Our second fully timed run of the day is go, and this looks quick, doesn't it? They're quicker through that first corner, I think, than Arrival Racing were, marginally at least. That was a really pacey run through the first turn. Arrival were saying, weren't they, that they went for quite an aggressive setting for their run just now. Now, a couple of collectibles being safely collected as they turn into the chicane, and they miss the first of those obstacles too. Well, this is, I have to say, catching me by surprise. I didn't necessarily expect Acronis SIT Autonomous to be this quick straight out of the blocks, but look at this, out of the complex. That car is really moving. Now, the fastest individual lap that we had from Arrival was about a 2:34, 2 minutes 34. We'll know at the end of the lap then whether Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous are on that pace, but so far, I am really genuinely impressed by this. We had no idea what to expect from them, and they're already over-delivering, really. Up through Goodwood, we know that there are going to be some more obstacles placed on the run between Goodwood and Church Corner. That's this next section that they are approaching. There they are. Now, can they avoid the obstacles, or are they going to go for outright speed? No, they're making a very definite effort there to stay to the right-hand side of the road, and they collect another couple of bonuses there, weaving their way through. So this is not only a quick run, but they're most definitely taking the metaverse into account with their strategy. And so far, well, I think they could be on for a lap time that is quicker than Arrival Racing, because we're at about 1 minute and 45 now as they go up the hill. I don't think they're reaching the same sort of top speed as Arrival did, but through the corners, they're carrying the speed a lot better. And actually, that's the key at Thruxton. It's all about average speed. It doesn't have a single straight, but it has these really long, flat-out sections with long sort of curves. And, oh, there is an obstacle hit there, though. That was maybe a little too aggressive, but they got most of the collectibles too. This is a really, really impressive first lap for SIT Team Acronis Racing Autonomous. Out of the chicane it comes then. It's going to be well underneath Arrival Racing's lap time then. It will come across the timing line in a moment. There it goes. And we're somewhere at about 2 minutes 22. That's a good 10 or 12 seconds quicker than Arrival Racing managed on their fastest lap. And, well, if there are no dramas over the next 2 laps, could this be a race-winning time? There is the new set of obstacles. They're in different positions every lap, so the AI can't learn from what it did on the previous lap. It has to take a different line every time, and that was nicely done. Another couple of collectibles. We're up to 17 now. Remember, 55 were collected by Arrival Racing. So we're actually well on the way. We're on target not only to beat Arrival's clear time, but maybe get the same number of bonus seconds taken off the time. Remember, Arrival did have one penalty, which they collected on the final lap. Right towards the end of the lap it was as well. It was a shame because it was a near flawless run up until that point. But Team Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous are having another really impressive run too. I think we're in for a competitive day, aren't we? I kind of thought this might be the case, you know, after a few teams had these little niggly problems yesterday. Remember, that was the first time they'd run competitively in season beta. It was expected that teams would have dramas, but they've had a chance to diagnose what the problems were, work on them, find solutions, and arrive here now on day 2. And, well, look at this. This is what we're seeing. Up to Church Corner, we're up to 20 collectibles now for SIT. So that first lap time of around about a 2 minute 21, I think it was, roughly 21 or 22. We don't get the official times until after the run is done. And even then, we don't get individual lap times. But roughly, based on my stopwatch, that was significantly quicker than Arrival Racing went. Even though, like I said, the telemetry is telling us they're not going quite as quickly in a straight line, but they're negotiating the metaverse at a much higher average speed than Arrival did. Now, there is another obstacle there that they need to avoid. They're weaving around. See, they're being quite clever here. They're only collecting the collectibles that are not going to require them to slow down so much. The ones that would really mean a significant decrease in speed, they're ignoring. And that, I think, is the way to do it. Keep the average speed up. Get whichever collectibles you can without having to slow down massively. And And that way, you're getting kind of the best of both worlds, aren't you? Across the line they go. Another 2 minutes 22. So bang on the pace they were doing on lap 1. They've kept the speed up pretty consistently there across laps 1 and 2. And remember, like I said earlier, the metaverse items are placed in different locations on each lap. So it's not guaranteed that you'll be able to set the same lap time on each occasion. They're now then on to their third and final lap. We're at 27 collectibles. Still just that one obstacle that they hit early on in the first lap. And they've just clicked another one there. I thought they might have done, so they've collected a few more bonus seconds, but they've also lost another 2 or added another 2 seconds on to their times. They've now got one more obstacle than Arrival did. But that means if they can get one more collectible than Arrival did, it doesn't matter, because collectibles, as I keep saying, are worth more than the obstacles add on to your time. So they're at 32 now. That means they would have to get another, well, they're not quite going to get to 55, are they? They need another 23 to match Arrival, but they're going quicker. So it doesn't really matter. They can afford to miss a few more collectibles because their lap times look quite a bit quicker than Arrival's did. Up towards Goodwood, through Goodwood, nicely done, right out to the edge of the track. They're taking the proper racing line, which is quite risky because it does take you very close to the white lines. And remember, as soon as you get 2 wheels over that white line, the lap is voided. Now, that was definitely, there was no attempt made to avoid that obstacle there. They were just going for it, flat out towards Church Corner, over 100 kilometres an hour through Church, which for a fully autonomous car in the wet is really, really genuinely impressive. And now they're on the final stretch up towards the top of the hill. The clear time, the net time before we add the bonuses in for Arrival was 8 minutes and 6 seconds. We are only at 6 minutes and 40 seconds now. This is going to absolutely obliterate the time set by Arrival Racing. And as long as they don't rack up too many more penalties in the final couple of corners here. Oh, there's another couple there, though. They are they're going for outright speed here, aren't they, on the final lap, rather than trying to weave their way around the obstacles. But this has still been really good. It's going to be close when we add those penalty seconds on, but they're coming to the finish line now then. And Acronis SIT Autonomous crossed the line, and it's around about a 7:08. That is a full minute quicker than Arrival Racing's clear time. That is astonishing stuff for Team Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous. They have surprised me, and I think even themselves, with that fantastic second run of the day. A clear time of a 7 minutes. It's just gone back up. Yeah, I think it was a 7:08, wasn't it, roughly? So nearly a full minute faster. We'll get official timings for you in a moment or two. But wow, the final lap, by the way, was their fastest. A 2 minutes 21 I had that at, which means that they were about a second quicker on that lap than they had been earlier on in the run. They got an awful lot of collectibles, not quite as many as Arrival. That might be Arrival's saving grace because they did save, well, at least I'd say another 20 seconds or so, maybe more, maybe 30 seconds more than SIT did through the collectibles, but SIT were nearly a minute quicker. It's going to be tight, this. I have no idea whether that's going to be enough to go to the top, but we will find out, hopefully, in just a few minutes' time.
Well, how cool was that, Rach? I mean, to me, that just felt like quite an exciting and important step on this whole Roborace journey there for Acronis SIT to pull out that kind of performance under such pressure and such scrutiny, really, after what happened yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just the I guess the greatest thing, isn't it, about Roborace? Once they line up, you have no idea what is going to happen. And the fact that they kind of played it safe, didn't they, for the first lap, and had the safety driver out, I guess, kind of driving quite reserved under 50 kilometers per hour. And then they absolutely went for it. And they kind of collaborated, didn't they? The speed and the metaverse elements. And I'm not sure if they pushed a rival all the way. I can't wait to see the time comparison there and who came out on top.
Yeah, it was kind of a combined strategy, wasn't it? And obviously they took a lot of obstacles on that final lap there, 6 obstacles. So the clear time, it's 7 minutes 11.40. That was super quick. The total time, though, 4 minutes 47.4. And if we look at the combined times on the leaderboard, that actually puts them into second position behind Arrival Racing. So as Andy said in commentary there, the clear time was almost a full minute quicker. But because they hit those extra 5 obstacles, the total time is more. But it will be interesting to hear from the team, actually, Rach, and find out if they're even bothered about that at this stage, or what the strategy was, what they were looking to learn from this run, because that clear time was very quick indeed.
Yeah, well, Ilya Shimchik, the team principal of SIT, is on the line right now, so I'm going to get his thoughts. And hopefully, all smiles, Ilya, in the SIT camp right now. I mean, the team must be super chuffed with that performance.
Yeah, we are happy with this performance, and actually we're supposed to show the same, I mean, even better result yesterday, but you see the accident has happened yesterday, and we learned a lot from this accident. So yeah, we're improving, and we can say that today was like our first round, and that's why I can say that the performance limits for this round was quite lower than we supposed to have for the second round.
So you're not quite showing off your potential just yet. There's much more to come.
Yeah, I think we can do the much better.
I love that you're setting the standards really high there. Keep pushing the team all the time. But let's just chat about how it kind of all unfolded for you today. Obviously, you decided to go with the safety driver first. Was that just to make sure you had no problems?
Yeah, because we have some fixes from after yesterday run, and we would like to check these fixes, and that's why we have this first lap with driver with low speed limit. And after that, after we were confirmed that everything is fine and works properly, we just started our racing.
Yeah, and you did indeed. And tell us about the tactics, because it looked very much like you were going for speed, but also you collected so many of the collectibles, 39 in the end. So you had a pretty good tactics going on there, didn't you?
Yeah, right now we have like I would say it's hybrid tactics. So probably it's pace for us, but maybe we can increase the speed or increase the limits for acceleration during this run. But for us, it was a tactic to try to go as fast as possible, but collecting the most of the obstacles or collecting the most of the collectibles.
Yeah, and that almost paid off, didn't it? At the moment, you're sitting second, just behind a rival. 19 seconds in the end was the difference. And I guess that was just due to the amount of collectibles that both the teams managed to get, because it was 55 for a rival and 39 for you guys. But your pace was so much greater. So obviously, if you can kind of sort that out, it bodes so well for the rest of the season.
Yeah. So for the next rounds, we need to pay attention more for collectibles, I believe, and I think we know how to improve it. Yeah.
Well, as long as you guys know how to improve it, we can't wait to see what you have in your locker for the next round. Ilya, that was great. It was so great to see SIT doing their thing out there at Thruxton. Well done again to you, the team.
Thank you, Rachel.
Still loads more to come in our second round of Roborace 1.1 after the break.
Okay, let's take a look at the track we're competing at this week. Then it's deep in the southwest of the UK in Hampshire. This is Thruxton.
Thruxton Race Circuit is one of the fastest tracks in the UK, with legendary high-speed corners and a reputation for humiliating drivers who don't measure up. At 2.4 miles per lap, it also lays claim to being one of the longest circuits in the country, hosting both the British Touring Car and the British Superbike Championships. The track starts as it means to go on. Allard is corner 1, uphill and fast. The next 3 corners are named after the pioneers of speed, Campbell, Cobb, and Seagrave. Noble leads into Goodwood, that is such a long, fast right-hand turn that it feels like it goes on forever. Passing Village, then into Church, which is officially the fastest corner in the UK, and with a fearsome reputation to go with it. At the end of Brooklands is the Club Chicane, a huge deceleration and difficult right-left-right set of turns before hard on the power to the finish line.
They came so close in round 1 to getting a competitive time up on the board. I know that they were disappointed with the result yesterday, but it's all to play for now. This is Autonomous Racing Graz.
Following a spectacular season alpha, Team Autonomous Racing Graz returned to the Roborace Championship for season beta. They proved themselves one of the top-tier competitors during the 2019 championship, setting very fast times at multiple racetracks and demonstrating how to achieve the best from a bot, regardless of wet weather or difficult conditions. With a top team and lightning-quick AI driver, Team ARG are definite favorites going into the 2020 season.
Well, delighted to be joined now once again by Jasmina Zubaka from Autonomous Racing Graz. Jasmina, how are you today? Have you had time to study the logs from yesterday and work out what happened?
Hello, everyone. From yesterday we got the logs and the data. So we know what exactly happened there. We had problems with the flickering of the objects that they have been sent from the race control. And yeah, the problem is that everything is sent through the internet, and the internet connection is quite bad there, let's say. So therefore we had a safety stop in front of one obstacle because it was always flickering and appearing, disappearing, and so on. But unfortunately for today's race, we don't want to risk because we didn't have time to test if now the problems with the flickering is there or not. And therefore, we decided to just drive the static race line and push the limits to the end.
Okay, so that's interesting. So you're not going to worry too much about the metaverse now. You're just going to go for some hot laps. Is that what we expect to see?
Exactly. So we decided as a team to participate on this competition today, just using the static race line without the metaverse, and to see how our car behaves. So because we didn't have time to test if now the flickering is not there, because if it's there, we will again have the problems. So we need to work on that issue for the next competitions.
Okay, well, unlike yesterday, Jasmina, I'm afraid I don't have good news for you. We've seen 2 really strong performances from Arrival Racing and Acronis SIT as well. So the bar is quite high today, but I guess for you now, the pressure is off a little bit because you've got that approach. You know what you're going to do.
Yeah, exactly. So we have some parts which we need to optimize also, but in some, everything works. So we are quite satisfied. And also we had the time to test these 2 days previously, but for today we want to get some points. And yeah, we are there to compete, of course. So hope we will go fast and the weather conditions are good there, hopefully.
That's the spirit. I like to hear it, Jasmine. I can't make any guarantees about the weather, unfortunately. This is the UK, so we'll see how the conditions are now when we go back to the track. But thanks for talking to us, and good luck today. Looking forward to seeing what you guys can do.
Yeah, thanks a lot, and yeah, see you next time, hopefully.
So Team ARG ready to head out to the start line then. And Rach, Andy, I'm really looking forward to this, especially after speaking to Yasmina. It sounds like they're just going to go flat out.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a sensible approach, really. You know, a fast run with a few penalties added on is better than a completely void run again. They need to try and score some points. It's easy to forget sometimes, I think, that this is the start of a championship. You know, it's not just a series of one-off events. They want the points. They want to do well in the championship. So they need to try and get a finish, and that is probably the best way to do it. And because they know that that's what their strategy is going to be, they can kind of plan around that, I think, and they can approach this now as a flat-out run. If they just go as quickly as they possibly can to try and make up for the penalties that they pretty much know they're going to take, then I think we could be in for a spectacular 3 laps.
Yeah, it's kind of clear, isn't it, guys, I guess, that they've got their own race plan in their head. But I wonder if they are aware of how fast and how well the 2 teams before them have gone. Because obviously in round 1, we realised that they weren't really following the other teams, because obviously we are all virtually around the world kind of covering this. So I just wonder if they know how fast they went, they'd just try and be even more competitive and maybe kind of veer away from their own tactics a little bit. Who knows? But I'm excited to see how fast they can go, because we know SIT was super fast.
Yeah, it seems like the pressure is just off them a little bit now, isn't it? Because they've made this plan to just forget about the metaverse on this run and just go as fast as they can. It kind of takes a lot of that stress out of the equation, really. And, you know, they've set themselves a challenge. They know what they've got to do. And ultimately, as Yasmina said there, they are competitive. They want to get some points on the board. But also moving forward, Andy, for them and Rach, you know, this is an opportunity to say, OK, let's test the limits of how fast we can go. And then we've got that data to use a little bit further down the line as well. And, you know, obviously integrate the two strategies at a later date.
Yeah, because the 1 lap that they put in yesterday wasn't a very quick lap. So they, in a way, will want to see what kind of ultimate performance they can get. You know, this isn't ideal. They'd much rather go out there and be able to use the metaverse to their advantage. But they have to try and take positives out of everything they're doing. And even though they can't use the metaverse today, or they're choosing not to in a way, they can still, on a positive spin, just see how quick they can actually go. Because ultimately, if you've got a fast AI driver, I'm guessing the theory is that you can then teach it how to deal with the metaverse and negotiate those obstacles and collect the bonuses. But if you've got a really slow AI driver, then you can collect all of the bonuses you want. You're still not going to set a competitive time. So, yeah, this will still be a useful test session for them, essentially. And they know that if they can go quick enough, they can overcome some of the penalties that they're more than likely going to collect.
This is the part, though, guys, which makes me a little bit nervous. The fact that the clock has started. You can see their 30-minute clock is ticking. We're now down to 28 minutes. Obviously, they have 30 minutes, don't they, to complete their 3 laps. Why are they still waiting in the garage? This is the question that I always kind of get a little bit worried about, because the previous 2 teams, again, have got out quite fast, haven't they? As soon as the time started ticking down, they made sure they were ready and raring to go.
Yeah, there were a few teams, weren't there, yesterday, Rach, who we said maybe they left it too late to go out. And I seem to remember Graz being one of them, so that when they then had problems on their first run, they didn't have time to do another run later. Obviously, they'd rather be out there on the start line before the clock starts, really. So we have to assume there is some sort of a problem getting everything loaded in. The driver, I noticed there, didn't even have his gloves on yet. So they're not expecting the car to move anytime soon. It's going to be at least another couple of minutes, I think, before the car heads out onto the track.
So with just over 21 minutes to go then, Andy, looks like we have some action at last from ARG.
Yeah, ARG heading out onto the circuit now, or the safety driver is anyway, preparing for their run. They're a little bit later than they'd like, but they've left themselves time, hopefully, to get the run in, even if there were to be a little bit of a problem or they had to do it again. But yeah, Rachel, I know this makes you nervous. It makes me nervous too when they leave it this late, because by the time they get back to the line, they'll have used more than 10 minutes, more than a third of their allotted 30-minute window, and you just don't leave yourself much wiggle room if something goes wrong, do you?
No, but we know their tactics this time out. They're basically treating it as a full-out sprint race, aren't they? 3 laps, as fast as they can go. I mean, let's see if it works out, because the weather conditions are a little tricky. I'm not sure if you had an actual driver in there, he would be quite as ambitious in these conditions. But the AI, anything can happen. They obviously don't have the same thoughts, do they, as a regular human driver? They have no worries.
Yeah, it's something we touched on last time, isn't it? That the AI driver doesn't have that element of fear or doubt. You know, if you were a professional driver and you were barreling down to Church Corner, as we are now, at over 100 kilometres an hour, and it's a bit damp and a bit sketchy and you don't really know what the grip level's going to be, you're probably going to back off a little bit more than normal just to make sure that you don't go flying off into a field. But the AI driver doesn't have that sort of self-preservation mode to go into. And yeah, that's another one of those interesting things that maybe professional drivers are a little bit worried about, because if you eliminate fear from racing that, then surely you can go quicker that way.
Yeah, I do know a few motorcycle racers who don't have a self-preservation instinct as well, Andy, to be fair. Most of them, in fact. But yeah, absolutely agree. And I think also it's not just fear. That's just one of many emotions that go through a racing driver's head during a race. Anger, frustration, all of those things, you know, they get removed as well. So, yeah, it will be interesting to see as time goes on just how that affects the performance of the AI driver compared to a human driver, you know, as we get closer and closer to their ultimate speed times being matched, which we're not far away from.
Yeah, there's some Spanish bloke in MotoGP who I've heard is fairly fearless, and he's won a few races because of it. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Bikers are a generation, a completely different mentality, but perhaps they might understand how the AI driver is operating out there with no fear, no concerns, just flat out. And that is the plan for Autonomous Racing Graz. We heard earlier on that they were not able really to use the metaverse properly. It's something to do with a slightly iffy internet connection at Thruxton. Who'd have thought it, hey? The middle of nowhere in the south of England on a grey and rainy day, and the internet's not that strong. That's very much a first world problem, but it's one that we're well used to, those of us who spend a lot of time at British racetracks, often stuck in fairly remote locations. But the test driver gets out. Reese Smith is the test driver, by the way, for Roborace, has been for quite some time now. Reese actually comes from more of a mechanical background than a driving background. He's worked for a couple of Formula One teams. He was a gearbox mechanic for the Haas F1 team until, I believe, last year. Also worked for the Caterham Formula One team a number of years ago as a mechanic. So someone who has a lot of real-world motorsport experience, and he is a safe pair of hands to have behind the wheel of the DevBot 2.0, guiding it round to the start line on its sighting lap. And he's got an important job to do. You know, he's got to generate some tyre and brake temperature, but of course it's important that we have control conditions. It is like a pretty spectacular, granted, science experiment, and they need to make sure that the tyres are roughly the same temperature and pressure for each team, so that there's no variables as far as the car performance is concerned. It's all about who's got the quickest AI driver, so he's got to really be concentrating on that sighting lap. It might just look like he's kind of touring around at half speed, just kind of going through the motions, but he's got a lot to think about. And Reese has now vacated the car. He's out of the way, and any moment now the command should be given. The wheel moving, I'm taking it to be a good sign. We are almost ready then to get our third run of the day underway, and off the car goes now. So Autonomous Racing Graz get their second run of the week, their first run here for round 2 of season beta underway. and they sail off through turn number 1. A relatively cautious start, but we saw this from them yesterday. They didn't really get very far. They had quite a slow first lap, and then on the second lap, it all went wrong when they came up against one of those flickering metaverse obstacles. It was at this part of the circuit, wasn't it, where the car stopped. Now, we know they're not going to bother with them, but they might still accidentally collect a few of the bonus collectibles, because some of them are, it just so happens, sat on the racing line, but you can see they're hitting all of the obstacles as well. So 4 obstacles so far, 3 collectibles. That means they're still gaining a bit more time than they're losing, because those collectibles are worth 4 seconds. The obstacles just 2. But we know that the record for collectibles on a run was set by Rival Racing this morning. 55 collectibles that they hit, and only the 1 obstacle. And that ultimately is what has given them the lead over Team Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous, who were quicker than them, but they didn't hit quite as many collectibles. So that is key, I think, to a winning time. But for ARG, they just want to get through, get a clean run under their belt with no major problems. And so far, that's what they're doing. They're just over halfway around their first of 3 laps, and the DevBot makes its way towards the fastest part of the circuit now, out of Goodwood into Church Corner. They've wiped out a couple more of the obstacles there on the way, but it is kind of quite nice to see the car just running on the racing line. It's not necessarily a winning strategy, but that is kind of the natural thing you expect to see from a racing car on a racetrack, taking these sort of wide sweeping lines. Now, ARG, I noticed yesterday, didn't get above 100 kilometres an hour. I don't know whether they've maybe imposed a 100 kph sort of safety cap on their speed. The cars are able to go quicker than 100 kilometres an hour, but once again, that is the limit of their speed as they head up Woodham Hill towards the club chicane. A couple more of the collectibles are snatched as they head up the hill, and they've avoided the obstacle there because it's well off the racing line, so that was easily done. So end of lap number 1. It's not going to be a slow time, actually. Anything in the sort of 2-minute 20s is considered reasonably rapid. The fastest lap we've seen so far today, a 2:21. In fact, SID did a couple of 2-minute 21s, and that is a 2:27, so not bad at all for ARG. Obviously, those obstacles are going to add a little bit of time onto that, but if others later on in the day have problems and don't finish their run, then Graz could still find themselves on the podium. The founder of Team ARG, Daniel Vatsanig, will be one of the 10 team members watching on from base. And Daniel, very, very clever man, a PhD in electrical engineering from Graz University. And the whole team made up of some very clever students, not just from the Graz University of Technology, but also the Virtual Science Research Institute in Graz. And they're working together with researchers, also postdoctoral, doctoral, master and bachelor degree students, working towards this vision of autonomous intelligent driving. And that is what we are witnessing here, because not only actually are they going cleanly, but they're going a bit quicker now. Look, the speed's building higher than it ever has done before for ARG, so maybe they're just pushing the boundaries a bit now on this second lap. They've got a clean lap under their belt. They're well over 100 kilometres now there as they went through Noble and into Goodwood. And they are managing to collect a handful of these collectibles. 10 now they are up to. And they have another clean run out the back of the circuit. Yes, it looks like they've upped the speed by about 10 kilometres an hour on the second lap. So in theory, this should be even quicker. Fastest lap we saw yesterday was about a 2:17. So they were 10 seconds off that on their first lap, but now they're going a bit quicker. They should be a little closer to the ultimate pace as up Woodham Hill, the car accelerates once again, and yeah, this time sitting at 110, 111. You can see the digital readout in the car and on our screen. And can they avoid this obstacle? Now, if they run the proper racing line here, they could get a few more collectibles, and they are. Look, it's up to 12, 13, maybe 14. Yes, can they get a 15th? Yes, they can. So still at 14 as they go through the chicane. So they're gaining more time than they're losing, and they're running pretty competitively. This second lap is going to be way quicker. This could be the fastest lap, actually, that we've seen so far this week. 2:17-ish we're aiming for, and that was a 2:16. So Autonomous Racing Graz, okay, they're not slowing down to deal with the metaverse, but the car is going quickly, and that is one of the fastest laps that we've seen so far at Thruxton this week. And now they've picked the speed up again. Look, 120 kilometers now. So it's quite clear what they're doing, isn't it? They're just getting slightly braver and braver every lap. The AI is pushing on now that it knows where the grip is. It's learning. That's what AI does. It learns that maybe, okay, I went through that corner at 90 kilometers an hour a lap ago. There was more grip than I thought there was. Now I can go a bit quicker, maybe up to about 100 kilometers an hour. So they are learning, getting quicker. That's what we like to see. And they are collecting more of the bonus collectibles on this lap as well. We're up to 17 now, 12 obstacles, so still they're gaining more than they're losing, and the speed up over 120 kilometers an hour now. So this should be, in theory, another even faster lap. This should set the kind of Roborace lap record around Thruxton. It's not necessarily going to be a winning score, but of course they're lapping somewhere around 5 seconds in fact, more than 5 seconds a lap, sometimes quicker than Arrival were doing. They're about 8 seconds quicker than Arrival's fastest lap on the previous occasion. But look, those obstacles are right on the racing line this time. This is going to cost them time. They've hit a couple more obstacles there, 15 of them now. That's 30 seconds of time that will be added on, and that's provided they don't hit any more of them on the run to the chicane, and only at 17 collectibles. So you can take 7 or 8 seconds a lap out of Arrival racing, but if you're then adding on 30 seconds at the end, they, remember, only hit one obstacle, only 2 seconds added, and there's another couple here that I think are probably going to be in the way. They'll gain some time back first with those collectibles, but they're going to smash straight through that red wall, aren't they? And, well, no, they might have got through that, actually. That wasn't too bad. So, Autonomous Racing Graz then. This final lap, I think, is going to be the fastest that we've seen so far. And the clear time is going to be one of the fastest we've seen so far as well. Coming towards the finish line, 3 laps have been successfully completed for ARG. 2:09 on the final lap. That is seriously impressive stuff for a clear time of 6:54 there or thereabouts. To put that into context, the fastest clear time we'd had so far was from Team Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous. That was a 7:11. So we are, what's that, about 15 seconds, 16 seconds, no, about 17 seconds even quicker than SIT went. So the clear time is the fastest we've had so far, but look at the top right-hand side of your screen. We've got 20 collectibles, which is okay, but 15 obstacles, 30 seconds that will be added on as a result of those penalties. But they will be happy with that, I think. We know that they weren't bothering with the metaverse obstacles. They just wanted to get round cleanly, and that they have done. And, Matt, Rachel, they've done it quicker than anyone else has so far. Brilliant.
We're planning to do, and that's what made it so much fun to watch. Really enjoyed seeing the DevBot there pushed, well, not presumably to its full limit, of course, but we're certainly getting closer to seeing it. And isn't it nice as well, guys, that we just get to see something different as well between the different runs from the different teams? We're not looking at the same thing every single time, even though obviously it's the same car.
Yeah, everyone has a different plan they stick to pretty much as well. And it was great, like you said, to see the car get up to about 120 kilometers per hour. It was obviously a little bit slower yesterday, and it didn't even complete the 3 laps. So for our first 3 teams now, to actually get the 3 laps under their belt is impressive in itself. I can't wait to see how the final 3 teams get on today.
So Team ARG off the mark then. Rich, really pleased for them, actually. It's been tough, hasn't it, what happened at Anglesey and then also yesterday as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, they didn't manage to complete their 3 laps last time out. They only got to the first corner in Anglesey, if we remember. The only team to actually get on track, though, so always a positive to take. But they did stick to their game plan, didn't they? And they've actually managed. Their total lapse time was quickest by 9 seconds, but we know they weren't looking at the collectibles, or the obstacles. So in the end, Matt, their total time wasn't as great as the other teams.
No, and that's what we expected. They knew what they were getting themselves into with that 15 obstacles, 20 collectibles, and as you said, Rach, the fastest elapsed time so far, 7 minutes 2.05 seconds. But with those obstacles and the collectibles, a total time of 6 minutes 12.05. So they're in third place, but crucially, Rach, and this is exactly what Yasmina said to us before, they're on the leaderboard.
That is crucial. I am sure Yasmina is going to be super pleased with her team's performance today, and I'm going to chat to her right now just to get her thoughts. Yasmina, Team ARG are on the board. You have a time, you stuck to your game plan and executed it really well. Are the team pleased with that performance today?
Yeah, so we are quite satisfied. We are in the play, let's say. Yeah, we are the third place, but of course we didn't have dynamic planning there. But at the end, we had the fastest lap, so that's also counting. Let's see the other teams, because they will also have dynamic planning. So let's see what will happen with them. We are very satisfied, of course. Yeah, we are very satisfied with our result currently. And we will try next time to improve the dynamic planning.
Yeah, sense of relief, I can imagine as well, just to get those 3 laps sorted so you can collect loads more data for next time out, because that is what I guess it seems that you guys were after, just more data to develop your AI even further.
Yes, exactly. So here the crucial role plays really, really good data, raw data. So we can have different scenarios from different racetracks, and that's what we are doing here. So we have a lot of data from Anglesey, even if we finished in first corner, but again we had there really good test days and a lot of Rosbergs recorded, and also from the Truxton racetrack we also have a nice data to analyze.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned there, you set the fastest lap, and your AI got progressively faster as well. Tell us a little bit about that. Was that the plan, or is that the AI kind of learning as it goes?
Yeah, so we have defined our mission. The first lap we were driving 100 kphs, and then second lap 110, and the third lap 120. So that was already defined, and yeah, if we could get higher, we wanted to, but the Roborace guys said that's the limit for today's with the static race line. So I think we would be faster even if we had 150 kphs.
I was going to say, that smile says it all, that you and your team were itching to go faster, but you have to obviously abide by the rules here and stick to the limits. And it was a bit, sketchy conditions. It was still raining. So I guess that's even more impressive that you managed such a great time. 7 minutes, 2 seconds, I think 9 seconds clear of the other 2 teams so far.
Yeah. So exactly. The weather conditions, there was a bit wet road, let's say, but if the weather conditions would be better, then we would drive faster and probably get the fastest lap.
I love your confidence. I can't wait to see how you guys get on next time. But it was great to see you complete the 3 laps and get on that leaderboard. Third place at the moment. Let's see if you stay there by the end of the day. Thanks, Yasmina.
I hope. Yeah, thank you, Rachel, and see you.
Thank you.
Bye.
We've had so much great action already here at Thruxton, and we'll be in for so much more after this short break.
I am a flower. Yes, I'm beautiful. I've heard it before, and it never grows old. I'm worshipped for my looks, my scent, my looks. But here's the thing. Life starts with me. You see, I feed people. Every fruit comes from me. Every potato, me. Every kernel of corn, me. Every grain of rice, me. Me. I know, but it's true. And sometimes I feed their souls. I am their words when they have none. I say I love you without a sound. I'm sorry without a voice. I inspire the greatest of them. Painters, poets, pattern makers. I've been amused to them all. But in my experience, people underestimate the power of a pretty little flower. Because their life does start with me. And it could end without me.
Okay, well, the metaverse is another incredibly exciting part of Roborace. And if you have just joined us, here's how it works.
We can divide the many worlds around us into either real or virtual. How these two can merge together has become one of the key questions of the 21st century. Whether it's a heads-up display and a pair of glasses showing you the way home, or a group of people meeting up online as VR avatars of themselves, we are constantly fusing ourselves into these different worlds. Roborace is launching into this blend with their own metaverse. New for Season Beta, Roborace has the ability to create virtual objects, events, and conditions on track, which the real-life autonomous cars will have to adjust to whilst racing. These might be walls to avoid or tokens to collect. They could be weather conditions the cars must consider, or boost points that allow a real-life increase in speed. They can even be virtual cars suddenly appearing on track to compete against. The groundbreaking element of this all-new software platform is that it allows you, the viewer, to see these virtual objects and conditions on track together with the race cars in real time. So you're able to see what the AI driver is experiencing and how it chooses to react. The next stage of the metaverse is allowing you, the audience, to challenge the AI drivers. You'll be able to place the virtual objects, change the conditions, and directly influence the competition. You can play the race.
Next up is our fourth team, the University of Pisa. Time to find out a little bit more about them.
The 10-strong team from the University of Pisa's Research Center are pushing hard to be a serious contender this year. Team Pisa debuted at the 2017 Formula E Berlin E-Prix in the Human plus Machine Challenge, putting in competitive times and trailed the Technical University Munich by just 4 seconds. They were back in Season Alpha for the Localization Challenge at Zalazone, but also missed the top spot by a matter of seconds. Team Pisa has grown and gained experience. Will this be their year? We're about to find out.
Not long now then until we see Team Pisa back on track at Thruxton. We can cross to Pisa and join Federico Massa from the Università di Pisa. Federico, thanks for joining us again today. Just for the benefit of the viewers who missed yesterday's action, remind us what happened to you guys.
Okay, so yesterday we had a run. There was a bit of bad weather yesterday, but basically we did 2 runs because during the first one, the car stopped near the very beginning, like during the 3rd turn or so. And so the driver took the car back to the beginning of the track, and we started for a second run. We successfully completed one lap, but at the end of it, the run was aborted because of lack of time. So yeah, today we are going to try it again. Hopefully it will go better.
So what changes have you made for today then? What do you hope to put right out on track?
Yeah, okay, so actually we are testing in more or less the same conditions. Yesterday there was a problem with the control unit during the first time. Today there shouldn't be the same, so we are hoping it will go like in the lap we completed, but this time for the whole run.
Okay, well, how about your actual strategy then, Federico? Assuming everything goes to plan. I mean, we've seen 3 teams on track already today, and we've seen 3 quite different strategies. One team who went slowly, looking to pick up the collectibles. Another team who actually discarded the metaverse completely and just went for speed. What are you guys planning to do?
Yeah, we are doing the same as the second team you mentioned. So we are going to ignore the metaverse for this time. It's not ideal, but we can to our stack a bit with a bit of technical delays, and so we are just going to be as fast as possible and hopefully complete the race.
Okay, well, I can tell you that's what happened for Team ARG. They did that and they completed the race. They completed the full 3 laps. So it'll be interesting to see your outright lap time compared to them. They're 3rd overall on the leaderboard. So I guess that's the target now for you guys.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, well, we're really looking forward to seeing how you do. This should be really interesting to watch. Federico, best of luck, and I hope everything goes well for you today.
Thank you. See you later.
Ciao. So Team Pisa ready to roll out on time. Rachel, Andy, really looking forward to this one, especially after just speaking to Federico there, who confirmed that they're going for a direct time attack, not paying any attention to the metaverse, exactly the same tactic as Team ARG. So for the first time, we're going to get a direct comparison between who can adapt to the static racing line the best. This is going to be interesting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, that time that ARG set was actually the fastest clear time that we've seen so far this week. A 7 minutes 2 is about 20 odds, nearly 25 seconds quicker than Arrival managed yesterday. So, yeah, ARG versus Team Pisa will be interesting. And Pisa, yesterday, they only completed 1 lap in the end, but it was quicker than Arrival went today. So, depending on how many of these obstacles they end up running into, they could still set a really competitive time.
Yeah, that'll be key, I guess, as well. Because
sorry, Rich. When you spoke to Yasmina earlier, did she not say that they'd done 100 kph on the first lap, 110 on the second one, and 120 on the third one, which they were told was the limit by Roborace that they could run actually on the third lap? So I wonder if we will see these guys set similar limits on each lap, or will they be a little bit more daring? That will make the difference, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because I'm not sure if that was to do with the weather. In that instance, obviously, ARG said it was a little bit rainy when they had their attempt. Again, the weather changes all the time, and especially in the UK, we never know what we're going to get. So I guess it'd be quite interesting to know what Roborace say about Team Pisa now and what the weather conditions are like, because it'd be unfair, wouldn't it, if they did let them go slightly faster, because I know Team ARG were itching to go faster. Yasmina said, they've got much more in the tank, but the clock has started. You can see that countdown clock now. 30 minutes is the same for every team. They have 30 minutes to complete those 3 laps. It looks like it's still raining out there, Andy. Of course it is. We're in the UK in October.
Yeah, this is becoming the norm, isn't it, really? But it looks a bit more grim now. Oh, definitely, yeah, it's raining heavier now than it was earlier on. So that's going to have a part to play in this, especially since they are going for ultimate lap time. They'll have to rein it in a little bit. You can see the rain streaking up the windscreen. I guess that is one thing, though, that the AI driver doesn't have to worry about, isn't it? Visibility. That's the one thing we hear professional racers talk about all the time in the wet, is this lack of visibility. You physically can't see where you're going. Well, not such a problem when you don't actually have a driver in the car, but obviously grip levels are going to be down, and grip levels are going to be less predictable, Matt. I think that's the key. If they're going for an ultimate lap time here and they don't really know how wet it's going to be, that might almost decide their strategy for them.
Yeah, no need for windscreen wipers, is there, for an AI driver? No need to add the extra weight on there. And yeah, it looks like the safety driver has got it well in hand anyway. Visibility not a massive issue for him either. As you can see, he's tipping through there at over 100 kilometers an hour. But yeah, of course, it's down to the AI to judge the grip levels and adapts accordingly. But no, what I was just thinking there was that if that 120 kilometer an hour limit was set by Roborace as a limit, they used that, Team ARG used that on the final lap. Could they have gone a little bit quicker on the first and the second lap? That will be, you would imagine, what Team Pisa have been considering now before they obviously downloaded the information into the car here.
Yeah, exactly, because Graz went about 11 seconds quicker on their second lap than they did on their first, and then they found another 7 seconds on lap 3, so it's definitely worth some time, isn't it? If they could have been in the 2-minute 10 bracket on all 3 laps, then obviously they would have set a much quicker overall time. So, yeah, it's a good point, that, Matt. So here we go then. Team Pisa lining up on the start line ahead of their run. 3 laps, 26 3/4 minutes in which to do it. And Pisa, who are the first Italian team to enter Roborace competition, are ready and raring to go. As we said, they only got 1 lap in yesterday, but it was a quick lap, around about 2 minutes 30. Now, everyone is going quicker than that today in general. Certainly, SIT and ARG both went well underneath 2 minutes 30. The one team that didn't set a lap time under 2 minutes 30 are current leaders, Arrival Racing. It shows the quirks of this competition, that the slowest team are winning. That doesn't make much sense, but it's because they went slower so that they could get more of those collectibles and knock more time off their lap. That's the calculation they made. That's the strategy they went for. You would have to go quite a bit quicker than they were going in order to overcome the advantage that they had. And we know that Team Pisa will take a very similar strategy to this that we saw from Autonomous Racing Graz about an hour ago. They're not bothering with the meta first. They're going to go for the fastest racing line, try and handle the conditions the best they can, and hopefully their overall fastest time will be similar or maybe quicker than Autonomous Racing Graz to put themselves into a provisional podium position. Well, Pisa is the Italian home of computer science, and it's also, of course, Italy in general, a country with a really rich motorsport and automotive history. In fact, the system that the team have created for this car, they call Tazio, which is named after the great Italian driver Tazio Nuvolari, who won, I think it was about 24 Formula One Grand Prix back in the formative years of Formula One. And it is an iconic name for an iconic car and driver, I suppose, AI as it is. For the first ever AI competition driver in Italian automotive history. But we're away and going then for the Universita di Pisa. Team Pisa head through the first corner and off into the unknown then, because it's definitely wetter. The conditions you can see visibly are darker now as that thick grey cloud has arrived overhead up to the complex. Now, this is probably the easiest opportunity the teams have to gain some bonuses, because the first 3 there you can see are right on the racing line, and then the racing line takes you just underneath the first of the obstacles. But they are now collecting obstacles through the middle part of the complex. It's the outright time that we're really looking for here is Autonomous Racing Graz. Their first lap was a 2 minutes 27. So if Pisa can get somewhere near that, then we're on for a really good race for third place between the two teams. You can see they are indeed hitting that 100 kilometer an hour speed. And I was told earlier on that the teams weren't being limited to 100 kilometres an hour. So I feel this might be self-imposed by the team just to make sure they get through the first lap, sort of gradually wind up the speed as the laps go by. So it may be that they are kind of stuck now at this speed. And of course, it wouldn't have been such an issue at a tighter circuit, such as Anglesey, where we were a few weeks ago, because you wouldn't really get much opportunity to get up to 100 kilometres an hour. But here at Thruxton, you can spend most of the lap at that speed. It is such a high speed circuit. Another few obstacles hit there. We're up to 4 collectibles, 6 obstacles. This is, I think, about what Graz were at this stage. So obviously, they're both running a similar line and both running a very similar speed. I think this is going to be pretty close, actually, at the end of the first lap, which is nearly over now because the car is heading up Woodham Hill towards the chicane. And we're already to 2 minutes, so they've got 27 seconds now to get back in order to beat Autonomous Racing Graz's opening lap time. They're going to grab a couple more collectibles here if they can. Again, they're right on the racing line, which is quite helpful. So they are almost hitting them by accident. They're not necessarily aiming for them, but they're naturally on the trajectory that the car was trying to take, scrabbling for a bit of grip there as it comes out of the club chicane and comes to the start-finish line. I think this will be quicker than Graz. You know, they did a 2:27 on their first lap. Oh, it's bang on, isn't it? It's like a 2:28. So there may be a second slower, but not a huge amount in it. This is boiling up to be a very interesting battle, this, for more than likely third place overall. Obviously, their lap times are quicker than the current leaders, but we anticipate that the end time, once the penalties are calculated, won't be quite so competitive because look here, on the racing line this time are a couple of penalty obstacle walls and they run straight through that first one. Still got more collectibles than obstacles though. 10-7 is the ratio right now. And as they come out of the complex, we'll see what speed they get to. If they can accelerate now beyond 100 kilometres an hour, up to about 110. Yes, they can. Look at that. In fact, up to about 112 briefly. So the speed is now raised again on this second lap to 110 kilometres an hour top speed up to Noble Corner. Well, this is going to be extremely tight. It may just be that if their racing line is slightly different to that of ARG, that maybe they might miss an extra collectible or hit an extra obstacle. That could be what the difference is, because on overall time, there is very, very little in it right now. Another obstacle collected there as they go through Goodwood towards Church Corner. You can see the slight rise and fall in the road there, but it's not wet enough really for the water to have collected in the dips out at the back of the circuit. It's definitely damp and greasy there, but a spray being kicked up by the car now as it turns into the daunting right-hander at Church Corner. Corner that requires some serious bravery in the dry, let alone in the wet, but a speed of over 100 kilometres an hour at the apex is pretty impressive there for the DevBot 2.0, which is making its way back up the hill once again. Right, the second lap for ARG was a 2 minutes 16 there or thereabouts. We are at about 1 minute and 55 now for this second lap. I'm not sure this has been quite as quick, but they've been quite fortunate there with the collectibles, haven't they? They're up to 15 now because, again, there were 2 or 3 right on the racing line into the chicane. Out of the chicane they come. Then the second lap for Team Pisa is about to be completed. And what is it going to be? How does it compare to Autonomous Racing Graz across the line? It's a 2:15. It's a second quicker than Graz. So they were a second slower than ARG on lap 1, but a second quicker on lap 2. They really picked up the speed there at the end of the lap, and now they do accelerate, look, up to 120 kilometres an hour for a full-blown attack on the final lap of the Thruxton circuit. And it is all to play for here for third position. What makes this even more impressive is that it's definitely wetter out there for Pisa than it was for Graz. So the fact that they're matching Graz, and in fact slightly quicker on the previous lap, is all the more impressive, really. A couple more penalties there. Now, Graz got 15 obstacles and they got 20 collectibles. And Pisa right now, they're on 16 collectibles and 12 obstacles. So they're on course, I reckon, to end pretty level on that front too. So we're going to be waiting with bated breath, I think, to see what this time is. It's not going to trouble Arrival or SIT for top honours, but the fight for a podium place is certainly heating up. Out of Goodwood again, trying to keep as close to that 120 kilometres an hour as they can. Keep the speed up, but to do that, you really have to lean on the car, lean on the tyres, and in the wet, you just don't know what the grip level will be. There's another obstacle, and they can get this one as well. That could be important if they can miss it. Yeah, which they didn't do. No, so we're up to 50. So they've now got the same number of obstacles as Graz did, but they have 4 fewer collectibles. They need to try and hope that the collectibles are positioned in a helpful way on the run into the chicane. If they can get another 4, they'll be level with Graz as far as the metaverse goes, and they're going to be pretty level on time because this lap time is at about 1 minute 45 seconds now as it heads up the hill. Remember, the clear time for Graz was a 7 minutes 2.5. And they're going to hit another obstacle. Right, there we go. 20 collectibles, but 16 obstacles. That's 1 more obstacle for Pisa. An extra 2 seconds then will be added onto their time compared to that of Autonomous Racing Graz. Out of the chicane they come then. The total time, I think, though, is going to be quicker, isn't it? It was a 7:02 for Graz. It's going to be faster than that for Team Pisa. It's a 6 minutes 50.640. That is the fastest clear time we've had today. And crucially, they took a big, big chunk of time out of ARG on that final lap. They were another couple of seconds quicker, and I think that will be enough to overcome the extra obstacle that they hit. It's going to be tight. There'll be a matter of a couple of seconds in it either way, but Team Pisa, with that final lap, they really picked up the speed, and that might just be enough to move them into 3rd place. The results we'll get to you as soon as we can. It's getting very, very tight out here at Thruxton.
I can't wait to see the leaderboard. That is going to be very, very tight, Rich. But before we do, first of all, yesterday, out of the 6 teams, we only saw 2 teams get 3 complete laps in. So far, we've had 4 runs, 4 sets of complete laps as well. Big step up from all of the teams today, and it's been awesome to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It really seems like the teams are going racing, doesn't it? Especially the last 2 teams, Team Pisa, who we just saw on track, and ARG, because they basically implemented the exact same tactics. That's what we're talking about. We want to see exactly what their comparable times are. Matt, this is University of Pisa's time there. Just talk us through that one.
It's going to take a university maths graduate, I think, to work out exactly how close this is going to be. 16 obstacles, 20 collectibles. Okay, so total penalties of 32 seconds, total rewards of 120. So for an elapsed time of 7 minutes 40, that gives them a total time of 6 minutes 12.4. And if
Fast.
6 minutes 12 sounds familiar, it's because Graz had 6 minutes 12.05. So what, 35 hundredths of a second difference between Autonomous Racing Graz and Universita di Pisa. They come in, I'm thinking about food already, Rich. They come in at 4th on the leaderboard. And the big difference there, that 1 extra obstacle.
Wow. Okay, let's go over to Team Pisa right now and Federico. Federico, 4th by the finest of margins. Okay, there's still 2 teams left to run, but that was quite exciting. From our point of view, it looked like there was a proper race on our hands between you and ARG because your strategies were exactly the same. Flat out, as fast as you can, just discard the metaverse for this round. I mean, how exciting was that for the team?
Yeah, that was crazy. It was really a very close margin. Great.
Yeah, I mean, you just lost out there by the finest of margins, as we mentioned,
Yeah.
but you must be super happy with how fast you managed to get your AI to go around Thruxton today, and in the conditions that I guess you had to contend with as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we had to be a little conservative on our accelerations because of the weather. So yeah, we are satisfied with the result. We completed the race. I think it's a big step up with respect to yesterday, isn't it? So yeah, we're happy.
A massive step forward. And I know beforehand when you were speaking to Matt said that one of the teams had implemented the same strategy that you were going to use. Were you aware of that in the back of your mind, and you got a little bit competitive when you were out there as well?
Well, to be honest, in this run was, for the most part, it was about collecting data and see how the car reacted. So we are really focusing on obstacles and, well, in some time on universal overtaking. So that's our focus. So for now, it's completely fine for us. The competition was kind of secondary right now.
And it basically did come down to one obstacle in the end. You got 16 hit, and Team AIG, it was 15. So when you work on that metaverse, surely that gives you hope that, you know, your team can go fast and obviously compete with the likes of Arrival and SIT.
Absolutely. Yeah. That will be our main focus for the next event.
Well, Federico, it was great to see you guys bounce back from yesterday when, you know, you only actually got one lap out there. I know you were fast, but still, it's great to see you complete your 3 laps and in a great time as well. Congratulations to you and Team Pisa.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now I'm delighted to be joined by Sergio Pininfarina. Sergio, thank you for coming along to chat with us today. You are the grandson of the great Battista Pininfarina, as it'll be a name familiar to a lot of people. I suppose it's not surprising that you've gravitated towards the automotive industry, but how have you got into the EV space, as it were?
As you mentioned, my family has been historically in the automotive world, and I've been growing very close to this innovation and management. To be precise, already my dad in 2008, he did put the basis for the production of the first full electric city car. Unfortunately, when my father died, this project wasn't finalized, but I kept on working on it, and I met Ludovico Campana, my co-founder. We found that there were many gaps in the concept for the vehicles of the future, and we decided to restart from scratch. And in particular from the university. There are many universities today. We are incubated in the University of Torino, Politecnico, and everything started from there with an industrial invention.
Okay, fascinating. So it's obviously a labor of love for you as well.
Yeah. It was very hard. We did a great. Sorry,
Sergio. Yeah, it's a kind of a passion project for you, I guess.
Absolutely. It is a project that for us it's really catching. We really believe in what we are doing. It's for here that we started from exploring, and then we started to analyze the users. And in the end, we found a very easy solution, a simple solution, but can improve the architecture of the vehicle from many sides.
Can you tell us a little bit more about TUC?
Yeah, as I was saying before, this is quite simple. TUC is a new fixing method for the components. And it is no more a static way of fixing components. It is a plug-and-play solution. And this really creates a very great possibility for different use cases, because each specific consumer can order a specific vehicle for his needs that can be constantly updated, like a smartphone. When you have your application, you choose your configuration inside the smartphone, and what you don't want, you can cancel. So this was the beginning concept. With this concept, we have just one cable and one ECU for all the components. So there is this simplicity, and there is also an important fact we demonstrated this year. We bring no restriction to existing electric platform, so we can be implemented in any existing EV.
It's fascinating technology and a wonderful opportunity to hear about your project. Sergio, thank you so much for joining us. We can imagine just how much interest you have as well in Roborace, and yeah, we hope you enjoy this event.
Yeah, I will do, really, for sure. You're welcome.
Lots more still to come from round 2 of the Roborace Season Beta Championship. Stay with us after this.
I am ice. I move slowly. I keep the world cool. But humans keep warming this planet. I send pieces of me thundering into the ocean. You do nothing. Perhaps I'm not so slow after all.
One of the new segments we'll be trying at Roborace events is console racing games. Okay, the idea is pretty simple. Each time we'll be pitching 2 well-known esports drivers against each other on a console game, new or old.
Yeah, and that's key really, isn't it? Because the drivers, they have to race on the same track our championship is on. So this week we're at Thruxton, so the drivers have to race on the Thruxton circuit.
Yeah, and of course, Thruxton is a really popular circuit here in the UK, but in terms of the global sphere, it's hardly Monaco, is it? You know, we know it really well from the British Touring Car Championship and British Superbikes as well, but I'm not sure how many people out there are familiar with the circuit. It doesn't feature on every game going, and in fact, in this case, we've had to go back, we've had to go retro a little bit. Who remembers the TOCA race driver? It's been a while now, but it was last out on PlayStation 2. I'm not sure you're old enough for that, Rich.
Well, I'm on the PlayStation 5 now. No, I'm not. Actually, I really want one. It's just come out, but I'm waiting for that. But I love, retro games and esports. I work quite a lot in that. So I'm loving this part of Roborace for sure. And both the drivers, actually, who are going to go head-to-head today are from SDL Racing. It's a French esports company. And between them, they have 14 world championships. And they compete on different games such as Project Cars, Dirt Rally, and Gran Turismo. So they're very well-versed, guys.
Yeah, well versed, but it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt, isn't it, to TOCA race driver. So from SDL Racing, as Rachel said, we've got the team founder Kevin Lone, aka Sonic, and Antoine Migliore, aka Wazai.
I know, I love those names. Gamers always have such cool names, don't they? Anyway, it's 2 flying laps side by side, and we've got Andy who's going to take us through this one. Andy, you excited for this?
Yeah, thanks, Rach. Here we go then. Well, at Roborace, we put virtual drivers in real cars. Now we're putting some real drivers in virtual cars using the TOCA game. I used to play this game back when I was a kid. I spent hours and hours pounding around the Thruxton circuit, which these two are doing now, using all of the curb there into the complex. Now, on the top of our screen is a Sonic. He is at the wheel of the Audi A4, and on the bottom, Wazai is driving the Peugeot 406. These were 2 of the most popular drivers in the cars in the late 90s in the British Touring Car Championship, and in suitably rainy and overcast conditions. They're both doing a really good job so far out through the back part of the circuit. Certainly graphics have come on a little bit since this game came out, so have handling physics, but there's no denying how much fun this game was. And some good news as well for touring car fans. There is a new game in the works, I believe, that the next in the line of the TOCA game should be released in the next couple of years. Right then, the first lap is about to be completed. Up into the chicane they come. It looks as though Sonic is just ahead. Look, turns into the corner, uses all of the curb. That was a really aggressive line, and comes across the start line a couple of seconds clear of Wazai, who only now gets to the line, and they go on to their second lap. You can see there at the top of the screen in Sonic's rearview mirror the ghost of the car that's chasing him into the complex again. You really could be quite aggressive with the steering in these cars, I seem to remember. And those curbs were absolutely vicious. And certainly that was actually pretty accurate to real life. You don't want to be riding those curbs too hard around the Thruxton circuit. Certainly our Roborace drivers have been staying well clear of them so far. Looks like Sonic is getting further and further ahead here. The Audi and the Peugeot were not the two favoured cars in the late 90s of the BTCC, but Audi did win the British Touring Car Championship a couple of years before this game came out, back when they were allowed a four-wheel drive system in their Audi A4. That, though, was outlawed by the time we got to the late 90s. That's the car that Sonic is using now, just a two-wheel drive Audi A4. And he seems to have just about enough grip and traction in the wet weather to pull off the victory, but he's lost it through the chicane. He's all over the grass. He's out of control. Would you believe it? And Wazai might be able to come through and steal the victory. Sonic is furious with himself. He shakes his head, and he will now come across the line, but I don't think he's been able to get the victory.
Well, there we have it. It was Wazai who stole the win then at the last corner. Congratulations on being our retro gaming champion in round one.
Time now to properly meet the first of our two American teams. This is MIT Driverless.
One of the new kids on the block, this team from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT for short, make their Roborace debut at Season Beta. Although new to Roborace, they already have some hard-won experience, taking third place during the German leg of the Formula Student Driverless Circuit 2019, and second place during the Italian leg. Fielded from one of the top-ranked universities in the United States, there is every chance this charismatic team could surprise the status quo. Can MIT Driverless create a shock win in their first Roborace competition?
Next onto the track will be MIT Driverless. We're joined now by the Chief Engineer, Nicholas Stathis. Nicholas, thank you so much for hooking up with us. I know you're due out on track very shortly. But listen, we really enjoyed you guys' effort yesterday. What did you learn from it?
So we came into this week's competition wanting to do everything. We were late entering the competition, but we really thought we could pull through. And over the last couple of weeks, we developed this thing called Spline Racer, which basically races optimally. It follows the racing line, but it also exits the racing line to do the obstacles in the optimal way. It's like a brute force solution, and it's a massive. It's like 2,000 lines of code. It was all hands at deck. We wrote it like with eight people's help, like all hands on deck across the team. But really, we could have used a couple more hours of testing time and we thought it would be unsafe to, and probably immoral to deploy it at this event. So yesterday we ran with just the basic controller, no obstacles, and this GPS issue hit us out of the side. Basically, a safety feature told the car it could no longer keep going because the GPS didn't send a signal in time, and that was just unlucky. I think this happened to a few other teams as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It did. But what we've seen so far today, Nicholas, at Thruxton, is every team complete full 3-lap runs. So that augurs well for you guys today, at least. How are you feeling about today, and what's the strategy? I mean, I'm guessing this new software is not going to be ready for today. We're talking about the next event further down the road, right?
Not today, but we're doing the following. We made a custom racing line to reflect the track conditions today and also the speed limits that will be enforced by the officials. And we will be using a custom racing line. So you'll be seeing something a little bit different from us, hopefully at least a few seconds faster, but no obstacles, unfortunately, today.
Oh, okay. Well, that's still going to be interesting to us as viewers, Nicholas, for sure, because we've seen Team AGR and Team Pisa also decide to discard the metaverse for today and just put a couple of fast laps in. So actually, it's going to be very interesting to see what your racing line is and how it measures up to those guys.
Yeah, totally.
All right. Well, we're really excited about that, Nicholas. We'll leave you to it. Just a few moments now until you guys get your car out on track, and we'll just wish you the very best of luck, and can't wait to see what your new software system looks like at the next round as well.
Totally. We'll make sure to get that ready for you guys.
Good stuff. Good luck. Bye for now.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
So MIT driverless then getting ready to go out on track, and another really interesting factor coming into play then, guys. Rach, Andy, it sounds as though from what Nicholas was saying and Jorge Castillo yesterday, the team principal, those guys have got big plans for the rest of this season. But for now, even though they're going to avoid the metaverse, or at least discard the metaverse, they're still coming up with something a little bit outside the box in terms of how they're going to attack this run. It's going to be an interesting one, this one, Andy.
Yeah, isn't it just? I'm intrigued to see what this special racing line is that they've come up with, because that could be the difference, couldn't it, between finishing 5th and finishing maybe on the podium, because it's all so tight. We've got ARG and Team Pisa separated by, 3.5 tenths of a second, which is insane when you consider all the variables out there. And now MIT coming with a similar strategy, but approaching it slightly differently with this different racing line they've developed. So if they can find even a little bit of time, it could have huge benefits as far as their end result is concerned.
Yeah, and I can't wait, like you just mentioned there, Matt, for the next round even. I'm already looking ahead for what Nick was saying. They're called the Spline Racer. I mean, there are obviously, so there's 2,000 lines of code, 8 people contributing to try and make this next kind of, I guess, adaptation in their AI, which sounds really cool. And I can't wait to see them have the chance to implement that in the next round. But obviously, said it's not quite ready yet. Hours of work gone into it. Yeah. They need a few more testing days. But these guys are going to be competitive today. And it's going to be really interesting, like you guys both alluded to see if they can beat the previous 2 teams with the same kind of tactics in the Pisa and ARG.
Yeah, I really like these guys' attitude. Speaking to Jorge as well yesterday, just 2 weeks into this project, they've got this far. They were at a very late addition to the entry list, and they're just so positive. They're so full of confidence. Obviously, they've got big plans for the future, and I get the feeling that this run is going to be one of those that's either going to be a massive success or a massive failure. That's just the feeling I get right now.
Yeah, they're putting everything on the line, aren't they, Matt? So it is kind of win or bust for them now. But if it works, they'll look like heroes, won't they? I mean, not only could they get themselves on the podium, but also, as you said, as such a new team, the newest addition to the Roborace team roster. And if they could go out there and get themselves into the top 3, that'd be quite a giant killing performance, wouldn't it? The weather conditions look a bit better as well now, don't they? It's not raining as heavily, if at all, as it was for Team Pisa earlier on. That's going to play into their hands. Yeah, this is going to be exciting, I think.
Well, because they got quite far yesterday, let's not forget as well. They got to, I think it was the second lap, wasn't it, around Goodwood? Yeah. And then obviously Nick said they had some GPS issue problems yesterday. So they got a little bit of a run out compared to some of the other teams. So that was always good, I'm sure, for gathering some extra data for today. So yeah, especially because they are like late to the party. And I love the extra, I guess, competitiveness between MIT and CMU, the 2 American teams. There's kind of a competition, isn't there, within a competition here at Roborace.
Yeah, when we spoke to CMU yesterday, it was quite funny because before the race, they said there wasn't really a competition. And then afterwards, when they completed their laps, they decided that actually it did feel good to beat MIT. So there is clearly something there between the 2 American universities. So I'm sure they'll be watching this one with interest.
Yeah, they've left the American teams till the end of the day, I believe, so they can have a bit of a lie-in, because obviously with the time difference between the UK, where Thruxton is based, and America, they would have had to be up pretty early. I still think it's earlier than I would like to be awake if I was over in America, but they've at least had a few hours sleep. I'm sure that MIT in particular were up quite late last night trying to figure out their problems. But yeah, hopefully they're not too sleep deprived to enjoy this moment now as the car heads to the line. That one lap they completed yesterday was actually competitive, a 2:32, which was only a couple of seconds slower than Team Pisa. Now, Pisa have since gone quicker today. In fact, all of the teams have gone quicker today, apart from Arrival Racing, but that's partly because Arrival Racing are the only team to have fully kind of integrated the metaverse into their strategy. But MIT, if they can find a similar rate of progress, and they think they can, don't they? Because they've got this new custom racing line that they've designed overnight. So if they can go a little bit quicker, then this could be something pretty special. So on the line they are, and the safety driver Reese will shortly jump out. I've been reading up on MIT Driverless and their team overnight again, and some really interesting stories. The current team members, all of them former students at the university, and they've then gone on to do internships at some pretty impressive companies. I mean, the list of companies that these guys have interned at: Nvidia, Facebook, General Motors, Amazon, Microsoft, and NASA. I mean, these are some seriously clever people, and it shouldn't really be such a surprise then that in such a short space of time they've been able to develop such a clever system that clearly is going to be on the pace, as long as they can iron out these couple of problems. So off goes the safety driver, MIT Driverless. The clue is in the name. We don't need the driver. This is the world's first autonomous motorsport series. And the all-electric DevBot 2.0 flashes away on the start line, getting ready for its 3 laps. The fastest individual lap we've seen today was set by Team Pisa, 2 minutes 8, roughly. Anyway, their third and final lap, pretty much on a par with ARG's final lap as well. So that will be the ultimate target. We do expect them to get quicker as they go from lap 1 to lap 2 to lap 3. Every team so far today has increased their speed as they've gone through. Again, with the exception being Arrival Racing, whose second lap was actually quite a bit quicker than their first or third, but they have never been afraid to book the trends, have they, Arrival Racing? Perhaps that's why they find themselves out in front, 19 seconds clear of any other team, with 2 more teams still to run. So with 25 minutes left on the clock, it looks as though they're getting ready to go. The AI driver has been downloaded into the car. The command will be given shortly to launch off the line. And off it goes now. So the 5th team of the day to take to the Thruxton circuit is MIT Driverless, the first of our 2 American teams. And look at that acceleration time, straight up to 100 kilometers an hour, well before they get to the first corner. Now, they're running out wider there through the first turn. That is the traditional wet racing line. If it's wet on the circuit, the normal racing line, the sort of wide in, tight at the centre and wide out approach, doesn't really work. That tends to be quite slippery. So maybe this line they're going for is a more traditional wet line. They're certainly carrying good speed into the complex there. They avoided the first of the obstacles, but we know they're likely to catch some more. Yes, there we go. They've hit a couple, 4 to be precise, on the apex of the left-hander Cobb, and then through Seagrave again. So out they go onto the far part of the circuit again, getting up to that 100 kilometers an hour as quickly as they possibly can, and then sitting at 100 kilometers an hour right the way through Noble. This left-hander, watch hopefully on board here, you can see the bumps as they, look at the wheel weaving away. Each one of those inputs being made by the wheel is coming from the AI driver, reacting to the bumpy nature of that part of the course. You can see the amount of correction and input that was required just to keep the thing on the track. And again here now, as it comes out through through Goodwood, past the Marshal's post and on its way towards Church Corner. Now, obstacles then. So that's a different line through there. See, it's taken a tighter line through that part of the track than the other team. So it went straight through that wall, which on the first lap at least, I think the other teams have all managed to miss. So that will obviously have an effect on their time. But look at the way they're keeping the average speed up. They've been sat at 100 kilometers an hour pretty much since they came out of the complex. So the fastest first lap that we've had so far was a 2:21 by Team Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous a little bit earlier on this morning. We're already up to 2 minutes though, so I think despite this all-attack style that MIT Driverless have gone for, they're not quite on that kind of speed, are they? Getting a few of the collectibles there though. This is a good opportunity to do so because, as we said earlier on, they're right on the racing line. How much speed do they carry through the chicane? Good speed in, but then not a great line through the middle. A little bit clumsy maybe. They're already over 2 minutes 20, but they could still go quicker than Graz and Pisa here. They were a 2:27 and a 2:28 respectively on their first lap. And as they cross the line, it is a 2:28. So they're bang on the pace of Graz and Pisa. But are they maybe hitting a few more obstacles? They're up to 6 obstacles already. And the 2 teams I just mentioned both got 20 by the end of their third lap. So right now, things aren't looking too bad, but we know that they're probably going to catch one of them here as they hit the brakes into the complex. Yep, there it goes. But then there's a collectible straight after, so that kind of cancels out any of the effect that the obstacle going into the corner had. And then cleanly through the sequence of corners after, hopefully. Now, how quickly can they get up to that 100 kilometers an hour? They were down to about 66 at the apex there, and bang, straight up. Well, it's 110 now, of course, isn't it, on the second lap? So they are really accelerating nicely out of the corners, getting up to that maximum speed in the shortest possible time, and then heading back towards the fast part of the track. A little bit of a lift there, did you see? They slowed down that time into Noble just to settle the car. And look at the way it's weaving from side to side. Definitely not taking such a smooth line as we've seen from the other teams, searching for the grip, searching for the slightly better part of the circuit to be on so you can carry that speed through the corner. Now, another couple of obstacles in the way there. We're up to 8 obstacles now, 11 collectibles. Remember the obstacle count for Graz and Pisa, who realistically are the two teams that MIT are racing here. 15 obstacles for Graz, 16 for Pisa. So we're halfway there, but we're more than halfway through the run. So actually, this is shaping up pretty nicely for MIT Driverless. A bit of local wildlife gets out of the way, sensibly so, because when you see this thing barreling towards you at over 100 kilometers an hour, you don't want to get in its way. Past the flower bed, very pretty Thruxton circuit at this time of year, and up towards the final chicane again. Now, there is the latest offering from the metaverse, and can they avoid that wall? That could be really important. If they can avoid the obstacle, they have. Look, that was really good. They got a few collectibles, but no more obstacles on the run to the chicane. This second lap looks as though it's going to be similar, maybe a bit quicker than their first one. The second laps from Graz and Pisa were around the 2:15 bracket, and as MIT Driverless come across the line, tap the stopwatch, 2:15. So again, right on the same pace as Team Pisa and Autonomous Racing Graz. It's going to keep us guessing this, isn't it? Right down to the end. I think that this will be decided by the metaverse rather than by the overall speed of the teams, because they're all pretty much on a par when it comes to their clear time. It's all going to be down to how many bonus collectibles they can get. That's what's been the difference, really, between Graz and Pisa. That one extra obstacle that Pisa hit cost them third place because they were only 3.5 tenths of a second behind Graz at the end, and that extra obstacle cost them 2 whole seconds. A couple of obstacles in the way there for MIT. We're at 16 collectibles now, though, so that is only 4 fewer than Graz and Pisa. So we're on the way towards the sort of score that they need. Down to, well, they didn't lift as much there into Noble, did they? The speed's over 110 kilometers an hour at the apex, and they were well under 100 last time around. This looks pretty good from MIT Driverless, as they're now allowed to unleash even more of the power of the Deadbot 2.0, up to 120 kilometers an hour again, hopefully, along this run towards Church Corner. Yep, there it is. Now, can they miss the obstacles? They pulled the inside. They've missed those 2. There's another one here that they might get. Yes, they did, but that's up to 14. 1 fewer than Graz, 2 fewer than Pisa, but still 4 fewer collectibles than both of those teams. They could do with getting another few here on the way through the final chicane. Accelerating uphill then for the final time. This is it. This is when we will possibly find out if we have a new top 3 runner, because Autonomous Racing Graz have held that third place for a little while now, behind Arrival Racing and SIT. What can MIT Driverless do? Right, there's another collectible. 18 we're up to now, up to 20. Can we get another one before the end? I don't think we will. They're going to end on the same number of collectibles, but 1 fewer obstacle than we saw for Graz and 2 fewer than Pisa. And we know the speed has been pretty good as well. The clear time to beat for Graz is a 7-minute 2.05. And as it breaks the timing beam now, it's a 6:55.447. And with fewer obstacles hit there, I think that might be enough to put them into third position outright, ahead of Graz and Pisa. We'll wait for smarter people than me to make the official calculations, but that certainly looks good. Their clear time is faster than the 2 teams they were racing. They hit the same number of collectibles and 1 fewer obstacle. That should, I think, put them in third place.
Well, first up, Rach, another successfully completed run, 3 laps, 3 fast laps too.
I know, I don't want to drink anything because we've got one more team to go, and I'm just hoping we get a full house here today. But yeah, MIT, they were great, weren't they? They kind of were doing their own, I guess, tactics as well. They had their own driver's line, which they set out. They were fast. How fast were they? Matt, talk us through how fast they were. They were fast, 7 minutes there and 2 seconds.
Yeah, which is very, very similar actually to Team Pisa and to Team AGR as well. The difference, I think what we're going to find is in the obstacles. They collected 14, and I think we can compare that now to Graz and Pisa. So Pisa got 16, Graz got 15, and MIT Driverless there with 14. And crucially, that is the difference because as you can see, the elapsed time for MIT Driverless was 7:02.27. That is a fraction of a second slower than Autonomous Racing Graz, 2 seconds slower than Universita di Pisa. But crucially, once again, it's those obstacles, Rach. And talking to Nicholas beforehand, I think this may be more through luck than design. It will be interesting to get his thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. We can speak to Nick now, the chief engineer at MIT Driverless. Nick, you guys are so far in 3rd place. I mean, did you expect that? That's a great result.
Hey, Rachel, we expected a tie with everyone else. No, we didn't expect that we would miss the obstacles, but we did have a custom racing line that was off the original racing line that most other teams would be using. And we think it might be because of the obstacle placement was adversarial. So like against the original race line, our race line was able to slot through some of the obstacles purely by luck. But you know, that doesn't prohibit us from coming into the next event with Spline Racer, our near optimal dynamic obstacle avoidance racer. And at that point, hopefully we'll be seeing stuff that's more like in the 1 to 2 obstacles hit.
But racing, you know, it comes down to a bit of luck sometimes as well, doesn't it? That's kind of the part and parcel of it. And obviously, one obstacle fewer than the other 2 teams, Pisa and ARG, meant you got that 3rd position. But yeah, let's just talk a little bit more about your spline race that you want to implement next time out and how, you know, you say it's going to be your optimal racing line. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah. So in simple terms, what the car does is as soon as it receives knowledge that there's obstacles ahead of it, it will enumerate almost all the reasonable possibilities for which obstacles to hit and which obstacles to corner around without hitting. And then it will generate all of these paths, and then it will pick the fastest one while accounting for the obstacle and the penalty time and the collectible or the reward time. So in a sense, this is called the brute force algorithm. It basically enumerates all the possible things it could do, and within the 300 meters it has to make that decision, it will pick the best one and it will do it. And we expect that this should be near optimal if we can get our computation down fast enough. Because this is brute force, we really need to make the algorithm run super fast on the onboard computer. So it's going to be tough, but we think we can optimize down to that point and get it to work.
Well, we know then you've got the speed, and basically it sounds like next time out the metaverse is going to be your best friend.
Exactly, yeah. We're going to get most of our points from the metaverse.
Well, obviously one more team to go, and it is an American team as well at CMU. And yesterday they said they felt there was a little bit of rivalry between the 2 American teams. Are you excited to see how they get on next up?
Oh, yeah. Look, I can't speak for CMU, but I know we've put in 600 engineering hours into just this event, and we were an entrant later than CMU. So we'll see what happens with that.
Oh, I can't wait. I love the little bit of competition we have here between you guys. But MIT, Nick, great job today, and we can't wait to see you implement your other strategy next time out. Thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you so much, Rachel.
Thank you.
Well, I'm delighted to say we're joined now by Martin Krähling from IBO. Martin, thanks for joining us again. For anybody who missed our show in Anglesey, just give us a little bit of information about IBO and what you guys are concentrating on at the moment.
Sure, thanks for having me. So we're a Hamburg-based LiDAR and autonomous driving company. I would say we are one of the early pioneers of the technology. We've been around for more than 20 years now, and we already took part in the DARPA challenge, the DARPA Urban Challenge in 2007 with our own team. We equipped many other teams back in those days with our technology. And also today, our technology is in serious production already. So in 2017, we managed to industrialize the LiDAR technology together with Valeo. And now we're working on the next generation of this technology, and we'll hope to bring it to the market very soon.
So the term LiDAR will be quite new to a lot of our viewers, I think, Martin. Can you just explain to us in brief terms, in basic terms, exactly what that technology is and how it works?
Yeah, sure. It's basically sensing the vehicle's environment through laser. So it emits light, detects the reflection, and allows you to perceive information about surrounding obstacles, traffic participants, but also the road infrastructure. It allows you to get a very detailed picture of the environment, and for that reason, I think it plays a very important role in the development of autonomous technologies.
So we're looking to the future now, and autonomous cars actually out on our streets. How far away is that, do you think?
I do think that the technology already enables a lot of useful functions today. So as I said, the technology is in production cars already available. And very soon with the new production cars that are being released in this year, it will be enabling the driver to take his eyes off the road. And I think that's a major step already towards autonomous driving. But it's also exciting to think about what potential the technology has for the future, and how it could even lead to that systems outperform human behavior when it comes to driving. And I think this is especially something that's so exciting about Roborace, because it showcases the potential that is inside this technology, and it pushes the limits of what's possible there, and it teases what we can expect for the future.
Yeah, it kind of makes the technology a bit sexy as well, doesn't it, for people who might be a little bit kind of reticent about it or skeptical. In terms of actually accelerating the development of the product then, Martin, how important is a series like Roborace? Obviously, as you said, it's been in development for 20 years now. What can be the kind of, I don't know if you could put a number on it, but the percentage of speeding up that development through racing?
It's definitely contributing to that. I can't say a number either, but we really value the feedback that we get from other people using our technology in such a competition as Roborace. So we're getting very useful feedback for the further development there. Of course, it means that you need to be confident in your technology if it's put into competition with other technologies as well. But so far, we're very happy with what we receive from as feedback.
And I guess what you're getting as well by being involved with Roborace, Martin, is you're tapping into some very clever brains, aren't you, from different institutions all over the world, universities, private technology companies, etc.
Yeah, that's another major benefit, getting in touch with so many enthusiasts for the technology and what you can do with it. And I really enjoy the discussions around it with the people who are so ambitious about what they're developing and the cool stuff that they put on the roads.
Okay, well, Martin, thank you so much for joining us. I know you're going to be watching the rest of this round with a lot of interest. So enjoy the racing, and we look forward to speaking to you again in the future soon.
Thank you very much.
Okay, time now for a quick break. When we come back, lots more action still to come from Roborace at Thruxton.
Next up, it's time to show you all exactly what you're here for. Let's have a look at the car. This is the DevBot 2.0.
This is DevBot 2.0. At the core is a Jetta LMP3 chassis, a class-dominating prototype that was stripped of everything: drivetrain, engine, gearbox, and driver. Roborace took the core chassis and fitted a bespoke electrical powertrain, cutting-edge sensor technology, and, using innovation from the farthest reaches of autonomous driving, created a custom-made racing platform capable of competing on track by itself. It's an all-electric racing car, generating over 350 bhp and able to sustain speeds of 150 miles per hour in full autonomous mode. It has 4 types of autonomous driving sensors: GPS, LiDAR, camera, and radar. It needs all of them to accurately drive itself at these ultra-high speeds on track. With a small nod to its Le Mans ancestry, the DevBot can be fitted with a human driver's seat to help accelerate the pace of learning when not in competition mode. But this is race weekend, and human drivers are not welcome in this motorsport. This is Roborace.
Despite being really new to this series, our next team claimed second place in round 1. This is Carnegie Mellon University.
Carnegie Mellon University, School of Computer Science. This Pittsburgh-based university is well known for its pioneering work with autonomous driving and is home to a top-ranked artificial intelligence program. One of CMU's autonomous driving milestones was their first-place finish and $2 million first prize at the 2007 DARPA Urban Challenge, setting the fastest time on a 60-mile urban driving course. So expectations are high for this new team from CMU. Will they be adding the Roborace Season Beta to their campus trophy cabinet?
And we're joined now by CMU's team coach, Jimmy Herman. Jimmy, good to see you again after a really successful day yesterday. How are you guys feeling about getting back out on track at Thruxton today?
We're very, very excited. Obviously, being new to this, every time you get in the car is kind of a special thing. So many people have worked on this, and it's just, we're trying to build off yesterday and keep some momentum. So.
You had a solid day yesterday, didn't you? You obviously decided to forego the metaverse and not worry too much about the obstacles and the collectibles. You put in 3 solid laps, and it's been interesting today, Jimmy. I'm not sure how much of the racing you've been able to follow remotely, but a lot of the teams have actually gone for that approach today. Is that the same strategy for you once again?
I think we're probably going to stick to a similar approach as yesterday and not take the metaverse as much into consideration and focus just getting around the track. If other teams are having success, then that puts us in that regard, that puts us in a little bit of a disadvantage. Okay,
well, I don't want to give away too much, obviously, and put you at an unfair advantage here, letting you know what the other strategies have been. But let's just say this, Jimmy. I am going to try and stir the pot here a little bit, because we were speaking to MIT just before you, and they said you guys suck.
Well, I don't know what's driving that, because they didn't do very well yesterday. So you better have something to back it up.
No, I'm only kidding, Jimmy. They actually, but they have got some big talk about their future plans, though. But I can tell you they had a solid run today, so it's good to see some healthy competition between you guys. So, just finally, what are you going to be happy with? I mean, it's been a success already, hasn't it? Really, this round 1.1 for you guys.
I think another 3 successful laps around the track would definitely be a success. Obviously, I want to be getting around safely. We know, kind of the past few days have been kind of rainy, and that becomes even more of a concern. So we want to get around the track safely. We want to do it quickly, but first and foremost, just get around the track and get more acclimated to working with Roborace on these events. And
Okay, well, very much looking forward to seeing what you guys can bring to the table today. Jimmy, best of luck.
Will do. Thank you so much.
Okay, bye for now. So the stage is set then for our final run of the day. As it was yesterday, it's CMU. And I was trying to stoke the pressure up on Jimmy there a little bit, Rach. And I think he bit a little bit. But to be fair, I mean, the pressure's off these guys now. As I said, it's already been a success for them. But this is a chance now to just push the limits a little bit further for them, isn't it?
Matt, you were mean. You were totally mean. Jimmy, if you're listening, I apologise on Matt's behalf. Andy, can't wait for this one. These guys are going to be seriously fun to watch. But Jimmy was saying he feels like he's at a disadvantage because they're also not going to try and work with the metaverse like the other teams didn't. Do you think that's the case? I mean, they were solid yesterday when the other teams failed, Andy.
Well, they were, but they weren't all that quick. Their total time, if they set a similar time today, they'll be comfortably last. So they're going to have to find more outright speed, I think, in order to make this strategy work. We kind of saw a half and half strategy yesterday. They kind of made some effort, I think, to negotiate the metaverse, but certainly not as much as Arrival Racing did. But let's see. I mean, they're going to have to go quicker than they did yesterday. That much we do know.
Yeah, I think it was 53 odd obstacles, wasn't it, Andy? And 19 collectibles compared to just 6 for Arrival yesterday. Obviously, those numbers have generally come down today, even without really focusing on not hitting them. So this should be, in theory, a much stronger time from CMU. We'll find out now, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that number of obstacles, you said they hit 53 of them yesterday. Well, the highest we've seen today is 18, I think, isn't it? So, I mean, they're really going to have to tighten down on that a little bit. And the number of collectibles will have to go up. 19 would be the lowest collectible score that we've seen today if they have a repeat. But there's no reason really to suspect that they will repeat yesterday's performance because everyone is getting better. Every single team that we've seen out there today has gone quicker. They've all scored more bonuses from the collectibles. They've all avoided more of the obstacles than they did yesterday. And there's every reason, I think, Matt, to suggest that CMU are going to do exactly the same.
And I guess we're looking for all the 6 teams as well to complete the 3 laps. That'd be great, wouldn't it? For only kind of our official second round of this event 1.1, to get all 6 teams out already really kind of bodes well for the future of season beta. And I think the teams will just keep growing and growing from then. And yeah, I can't wait to see, how much they can learn from this round and put into it going forward.
Yeah, I think the future is very, very bright for Roborace, isn't it? And I'll be honest with you, I had slightly different opinions about 24 hours ago, but there's been such a massive improvement today from each and every one of the teams. The Roborace team have been working flat out behind the scenes as well to make sure that everything has just come together nicely today. So massive shout out to them. And, these teams, they're working remotely. They're all around the world. They're not even together with each other within their own team. They're having to work separately as well, depending on where they are around the world. And I just think it's such an incredible achievement that we've had so far. 5 teams out of 5 that have managed to not only get the car out on track. We didn't even get that last time at Anglesey. We had 2 teams pulled out before the event started, and then only 1 car actually started a competitive run before the whole thing was canned. So we've already improved on that. And they've all gone pretty quickly today as well. They've all seen a significant improvement from yesterday, and the level of competition has stepped up. We currently have, remember, 3 teams separated by 2 seconds. I mean, that's remarkable. 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, MIT Driverless, ARG, and Team Pisa. 2 seconds after 3 laps with so many variables out there for the teams to have dealt with. That is pretty astonishing stuff. And now we're about to find out where Carnegie Mellon University will slot in here, the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania-based private research university, founded back in the year 1900. The field of AI itself was invented there back in the 50s, so they're perfectly placed, I think, to compete in Roborace, and they showed some good promise yesterday. Their individual lap times were all around the 2-minute 30 bracket. Now, generally, we've seen a quick lap today, getting down towards 2 minutes 15, even down sub 2 minutes 10 for a few teams on their final lap. We know the 3rd lap is likely to be the quickest. That's been the general trend throughout the day. And for Carnegie Mellon University, they'll be very much keeping an eye on those lap times from the other teams, if they even know them. They're not necessarily able to watch along with us as we progress through the day, so they don't really know what the benchmark time is that they have to beat. So on board with the DevBot 2.0, 25 and a half minutes of the 30-minute window to go, but we've got the car successfully out onto the line, and it accelerates away with a little bit of wheel spin, but it is going now. So our final team of the day has begun their 3-lap run straight up to 100 kilometers an hour as they turn into Allard Corner. Much tighter line than we saw from MIT, and that was that slightly different racing line that they'd programmed into their car for MIT that took them on a slightly wider route through some of the corners, trying to find the grip, but the track looks drier now than it's been since probably the very first couple of runs earlier on today. So 3 of the collectibles in the bag already for Carnegie Mellon University, but then they start to rack up these obstacles, which we know are right on the racing line, what you can see in the distance as they turn through the left-hander at Cobb, through Seagrave again, and the speed starts to build. There we go, up to just over 100 kilometers an hour. Digital readout there on the right-hand side of the screen, the wheel juddering away as it accelerates towards Noble Corner. And we heard from Jimmy Herman there beforehand, former NFL player, is the team principal, and he seemed pretty confident. I have to say that was some grade A pot stirring from Matt in that interview that he had with Jimmy. But it is nice to have this serious rivalry between the two teams. I mean, all of the other teams are from different countries, really. So this is a kind of unique situation with the two American teams going head to head. And if CMU can get themselves into that fight for a podium place, it would be their American rivals that they would have to beat. So I'm sure adds an extra little bit of tension to this whole situation. So we are up to 4 collectibles, 6 obstacles. So more obstacles than collectibles at the moment. More time, therefore, being added than taken away. And so Carnegie Mellon University are going to have to hope that they can really pull something out of the bag here. It's not the fast parts of the circuit where you're going to gain the most time, though, because as you can see, once they hit that kind of 100 kilometer an hour limit, they sort of get stuck there running at the same speed. No one can go any quicker than anyone else. It's through the chicanes at the start and end of the lap where you can really gain several seconds, I think, and of course, through the metaverse. So onto the brake, speed starts to drop again now into the club chicane. The fastest of the first laps that we've seen so far today was set by Team Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous at 2 minutes 21 earlier on. We're a little bit slower than that for CMU, but not massively. I think they're going to go quicker than some of those they're fighting for podium positions. Yeah, 2:26, which would put them actually slightly ahead of ARG and a couple of seconds faster than Team Pisa and MIT Driverless. So that's a really solid first lap there for Carnegie Mellon University with 8 collectibles in the bag and 6 obstacles. Now, these are the obstacles that are catching people out, though, because look, they're the first one in particular. There's no way of avoiding that unless the AI decides that it wants to, and it didn't want to there. It wanted to take the proper line through the turn, and I think this is very much going to be a candidate for third place rather than the race win, because only Arrival and SRT have fully incorporated the metaverse into their driving strategy and their driving lines. Everybody else going for a flat-out approach. So we've kind of got 2 different trains of thought, 2 different classes almost of competition. And it looks as though Arrival are probably going to be able to hang on to the round 2 victory. They won yesterday, but they've certainly faced some stiffer competition today. And I think once these other teams do get their metaverse strategies sorted for future rounds, they're all going to be right in there, aren't they? They're all pretty evenly matched on raw pace. So up through Goodwood. About halfway through this run now. Another collectible is snatched there. 11 for CMU now. 8 obstacles. They're aiming for 20 collectibles. That's the same then as Graz, Pisa and MIT. But they're already racking up more obstacles, I think, than Graz did. They only reached 15 by the very end of their run, and we're not even at the end of lap 2 yet, and we're ticking towards that number. Lap time, though, will be significant. Anything underneath 2 minutes and 15 for this second lap will be pretty good, and I think we're on track for that. Maybe a little slow, but it depends how much speed they can carry through this final chicane. Another chance here to get a few more bonus collectibles that are sat handily on the outside line, and they do indeed collect them. We're up to 15 now. I think that's actually pretty much where the other 3 teams were at this stage. It does seem slightly slow through the middle part of the chicane, doesn't it? A bit slower maybe than particularly than MIT, who were last out. Right, the second lap then is complete over the line, 2:14. It's underneath 2 minutes 15, only just underneath 2 minutes 15, but it is underneath. So if they can match, first of all, the final lap time of MIT, and if they can keep the obstacle number under about 16 or 17, they could still have a shot at third place then. But it could so easily be third, it could so easily be sixth. You only have to be a couple of seconds out either way, and it can massively affect your position and therefore your point score, because you lose quite a lot of points for each position that you lose in the end result. Those obstacles that they've just collected through the complex will not have helped them. We're up to 12 now, and no extra collectibles on this lap. They might pick one up there. Yes, they do. That's up to 16 now. Still 4 shy, though, of the 20 that Autonomous Racing, Graz, Team Pisa, and third place currently MIT Driverless scored. And MIT, actually, of those 3 teams, have the slowest final lap, the fastest third lap, and therefore the fastest overall lap we've had today, set by Team Pisa at 2 minutes 8. And that, ideally, is what CMU are going to want to aim for here. Through the fast part of the track for the final time. It's been an absolutely fascinating day of competition here at Thruxton. Oh, that was another obstacle that I don't think the others hit, because, yeah, we're up to 15, and that would now match ARG. They also hit 15 obstacles, but they hit 20 collectibles, and there are still another 3 corners to go and another sequence of metaverse to get through. The clear time that we're looking for is ideally sub 7 minutes. We're just under 40 seconds away from that now, and we've just got the run up Woodham Hill and the Club Chicane to negotiate. Here we go then. Carnegie Mellon University are heading to the final sequence of corners. They've got the 20 collectibles, so they've got the same number of collectibles now as the other 3 teams that they're fighting with, and they're on 15 obstacles, which is a joint with ARG, and actually a few less than MIT Driverless. The final time then about to come in, anything under 7 minutes could give them third place, and I think it will be. It's 6 minutes 50, and the final lap was a 2 minutes 8, so they've pretty much matched Team Pisa, who had set the fastest lap of the day so far, on their final lap. They've got the same number of collectibles as Graz. They've got the same number of obstacles as Graz, who are in 4th place, but they went that little bit quicker. It's going to be so tight again, isn't it? I'm not even going to attempt to do the maths on this. We've got 3 teams already covered by 2 seconds for 3rd, 4th and 5th position, and I think we're about to throw another one into the mix. A rival should be safe as the event winners, but it is anyone's guess who will be joining them on the podium.
Did I? Oh, sorry. Wow, what an effort that was from Carnegie Mellon University, Rich. We shouldn't be surprised, of course, but massive step up from yesterday. And I make that at 7 minutes 0.24, the fastest 3 laps out of all 6 teams today. That is an incredible effort. There's the elapsed time, 7 minutes 0.24. And with the obstacles and collectibles, a total time of 6:10.24. We'll have a look in a moment at how that stacks up on the overall leaderboard. But what an effort, Rach.
Well, I'm glad they kind of won, actually, because I'm really surprised that you started like picking a fight with an ex-NFL player. But anyway, we'll talk about that after the results. Because look at where that places them on the leaderboard. Like you said, Matt, their elapsed time quickest out of all 6 teams. And then the total time puts them in third by 3/100ths of a second. That is as tight as it gets in racing, isn't it, Matt?
Yeah, pretty much. And it's 300ths of a second over MIT Driverless as well. We're stoking that rivalry up. I don't think it takes much stoking, to be fair, but between the two universities there, MIT and CMU, hardly anything in it today. So that one will roll on to the next round. But I'm sure that Jimmy is going to be absolutely delighted with that now when we speak to him, Reg.
Yeah, let's find out, shall we? Because I think we do have Jimmy Herman, the coach for CMU, with us right now. I can speak to Jimmy, the team captain. Jimmy, firstly, I'm going to confirm that you finished third there with the quickest time out of all 6 teams today. And let me tell you, 3/100ths of a second over your American rivals, MIT Driverless. How does that sound?
That's always good to hear. So, yeah, we were. It was a good race today. We definitely improved upon yesterday's time by quite a bit. I think we're something around the 7:30 range. So the drop down, we were a little bit more aggressive, raised the limits a bit, and that turned out to be a good thing for us today.
Yeah, were you surprised with that? Because I know when you were talking to Matt, you kind of said you felt you may be at a disadvantage because the other teams were kind of taking the same strategy as you.
Well, I would say it from a disadvantage in terms of the metaverse. So if a lot of other teams were taking that into more consideration than us, then those collectibles and those objects, those are worth a lot of points. So kind of focusing on getting around the track safely is if you're just doing that, then you're at a disadvantage from that perspective.
A successful couple of rounds for you. Make it on the podium twice, second yesterday and third today. And I guess you guys, you've said it before that you're playing the long game. So what does that look like in terms of round 3 and 4 in December for you? What will you look to implement for them?
Yeah, that's a great question. We got some really exciting stuff in the pipeline. We're not sure what's going to be ready, but we're hoping to release that hopefully in the next few weeks. But we're working on. I don't want to talk too much about it yet, but I think we have some deliverables that'll be kind of more fun if they're a little bit of a surprise. But it's totally different than any approach that any other team is taking. We're kind of looking at this from a true artificial intelligence perspective, and hoping to kind of really blow open the gates in terms of what's possible for AI. And so I think that's all I'll say about that today, though.
You're keeping your cards very close to your chest, actually, because the other American team, MIT, they told us exactly what they're planning. I'm not going to relay it to you right now. You'll have to watch this back so you can figure that out and see if you're kind of along the same kind of lines. But both exciting nonetheless, and I can't wait to see what you have, because you're not going to tell us right now. But Jimmy, you and the team, congratulations. 2 podium positions this weekend. I'd call that a success.
Yes, very much so. Very much appreciate it.
Thanks, Jimmy. Congratulations once again.
So confirmation of those results then. Carnegie Mellon coming in third place, but it's Arrival Racing once again taking the win as they did yesterday. Actually, the slowest car over the 3 laps with the longest elapsed time of 8 minutes, 6.15 seconds, but they got their strategy absolutely spot on. Just one obstacle and 55 collectibles, Rich. We saw, didn't we, today? There's lots of ways to do this, but it seems as though Arrival got it right.
Well, yeah, they used the metaverse, didn't they? Which was pretty much the only team to do so. Obviously, SIT did as well. They came second. But then the other 4 teams just said, we're kind of discount it for this round and just try and go as fast as possible and then get some more data for rounds 3 and 4. So I can't wait to see when everyone is using the metaverse to their advantage and kind of playing on a level playing field, I'm going to say, just how competitive it gets, because those, I guess, placings are going to change even more.
Yep, going to be really interesting to see. But for now, it's Arrival Racing who take the spoils once again. Let's bring in the team now and speak to Alexei. Congratulations once again, Alexei. Very different circumstances to yesterday. But as I said just then, it seems like you guys got your strategy just right today.
Yeah, thank you very much for your congratulations. So yes, seems that our strategy was correct. And we carefully collected all the collectible objects and carefully avoided all the avoidable objects. And yes, I saw that our roll time was was pretty bad. But according to the metaverse stuff, I think that we did successfully and did quite well strategy with this set of rules for this race.
Yeah, you did. But Alexei, you were pushed, weren't you, today? Because obviously we saw all other 5 teams actually manage their 3 complete laps. Was there a moment when you were getting slightly worried that someone might just get a better time than you and push you off the top spot?
Yes, of course. I was a bit worried when I saw the SIT run because they were really close to us. But yeah, so hopefully everything is good.
Sounds like the congratulations messages are coming in to you as well there, Alexei.
Yes,
Let's bring in... No problem. Let's bring in Chief of Competition for Roborace, Chip Panko. Chip, I think first of all, we have to say congratulations to you as well, because today was a roaring success in terms of Roborace, wasn't it?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Matt. You have no idea how happy it makes me to see a full results board there. Yeah, really good day. And it's kind of a testament to all the hard work and dedication and sleepless nights that all of these teams and our whole Roborace team have put into it. A lot's gone into making this happen, and it's really great to see it come to fruition.
Yeah, and I guess as well, Chip, it just kind of shows how the competition is going to develop over the next few rounds as well. If we can see so much improvement in just one day, what are we going to see in rounds 3 and 4, 5 and 6, etc.?
Yeah, well, and you heard the kind of maybe polite smack talk that's already starting, and you know, MIT has stuff in the pipe, and they're gonna debut that in the next competition, and Carnegie Mellon has something that they're not even going to talk about, and I'm sure Arrival has stuff up their sleeves, and ARG can't be counted out, and you know, and they kind of had a tough break with the weather today a little bit. So it's going to be really interesting. It's shaping up to be an interesting year. I can't wait to see round 3 and 4.
And you already virtually presented Alexei with 1 Roborace trophy yesterday, Chip. It's time to do the honours again today, and I'm sure you'll join us in extending your congratulations to them. What a performance it was!
Great job, Alexei. You know, one of the things that's interesting about this, it's robots racing, but so much of it comes down to the humans that stand behind the robots and come up with the strategy and do the hard work and develop the code. As I said, I know how much work your teams put into it, and you guys fully deserve this. I'm sure there are going to be some people knocking on your door with teams in future rounds, but congratulations. Great job to you and your entire team at Arrival Racing.
Thanks very much, Chip. So yes, sadly, my team is not with me right now with this situation. But yeah, I would say my team did really good job, and I would say congrats to them also. And of course, we'll see you next time with I guess, slightly different rules because our goal is full wheel-to-wheel racing.
Yes. Yeah. Can't wait.
Yeah. So
no exclusive for you there, Alexei, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, but congratulations once again on your performance on the time trials today at Thruxton. It was really fascinating to watch, and you guys did a wonderful job. Well done.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's it. Round 2 of Roborace Season Beta has come to an end. And what an event we had. I mean, we had it all, didn't we? We've seen so many changes in just 2 rounds. The teams have been fantastic. Everybody today got all 3 laps out on track. They completed it. And we had Team Arrival coming home victorious in round 1 and round 2. Matt, I've loved it. But what would you say your highlights have been?
It was just great to see 6 competitive runs from all 6 teams today, wasn't it? After Anglesey as well, and the problems that we had yesterday, I don't think we really, we were cautiously optimistic, but certainly we were realistic about what we might see on track today. And it surpassed everybody's expectations, not only seeing 6 clean runs, but really close competition, some different strategies, some similar strategies that ended up with very, very close lap times in the end, and a little bit of needle as well. And without that competition in sport, it's not sport, is it? So I think it just sets us up really nicely for rounds 3 and 4. We're going to see rivalries resumed and some new tech as well on display from the different teams, which is what this thing is all about. So fantastic entertainment, and it whets the appetite for next time out. How about you, Andy?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Matt. I mean, I think that rivalry that you've been helping stoke between the 2 American teams is really important, actually, because, I read a lot of the comments and I see what people are saying about things like Roborace, and I think one of the big concerns is that we lose that human aspect. And that's what makes sports so addictive for so many people. That's why we watch the sport that we love. And it's easy to forget that there is still that human aspect to Roborace, and there's still that competition, and there's still that bit of needle. And I think that's really, really important. And when the competition's as close as it was today, well, I'm rubbing my hands with glee. I can't wait to see what the rest of Season Beta has in store.
I'll tell you what as well, Rach, one thing I would say about that is also, as the stakes increase, so will those rivalries, because this is Season Beta. In theory, this doesn't matter, but it does.
Yeah, of course it does. Everyone's kind of saying it's a development series, aren't they? And that's obviously what Season Beta is standing for. But they want to be as good as they can, ready for Season 1, which hopefully will start at the back end of next year, 2021. But I'm excited to see how this grows, because the teams are so ambitious. And we just saw that today, which kind of does bode super well for the rest of Season Beta.
Yes, it does. And Season Beta will continue in December. We will have rounds 3 and 4 from Las Vegas. But if you missed anything from today, you can always rewind it and watch it all the way through. In the meantime, thank you so much for joining us. From Rachel, Andy and myself, we'll see you next time, and we'll leave you with some highlights from Thruxton. Bye for now.